City Attorney Gorin.
I'm here.
We have quorum.
Thank you very, very much. Welcome to all again. And we have about an hour for this. We have to get through about 11 boards that are on my list. So if we could keep it down to about 5 to 8 minutes per board, that'll help. And you can always submit supplemental information to the clerk. You could always call us in between. But we want to hear from every board. And then the regular city commission meeting begins at 6:30. But if we start a couple of minutes late, that's okay. So let's start with the Economic Development Board. If they would please come forward. And if you would say your name and your affiliation with the board, and you're off to go. There's a button there that says speak. There, you're on.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Zaidi. I am the chair for the Economic Development Board. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney, and City Clerk. This evening I'm here to present the annual board report. During our general business meetings, our monthly liaison reports have been a part of the Economic Development Board meetings to inform members relevant to economic activity occurring throughout the city. Planning and economic development staff, as liaison to the Economic Development Board, provides a report to the board on a current and upcoming cultural, social, and developmental businesses activities that's coming to the city. During the district reports, board members discussed topics of business and or community interest for their district or organizations. Monthly meetings have been held on the second floor of the Frank, giving the board members access to the art displays and being displayed for our community. Our key actions in the past year, the Economic Development Board has held 5 meetings. The board, along with staff, created a meetings calendar for the entire year. The board did not meet in July of last year for summer recess, October of last year for Hurricane Milton, November 2024 for the Art Festival, and February Taste of Pines this year. So that the board members could attend those community events sponsored by the city. The meeting held in June of last year, we operated as a workshop because the board did not have quorum due to absences and vacancies. In the past year, we had 4 new members that were appointed to the Economic Development Board, and currently we are going to be getting, Mr. Mayor will be appointing an existing member, Scott Joyner, later on this evening as your designee, sir, Mayor at Large. Mr. Mayor will also be appointing a new member, Dr. George McLean, as an alternate. The commission is also appointing a new member, Takesha Harris, as a regular member. So we still need to fill 1 seat, which is great, by the commission. The Economic Development Board discusses valuations of existing commercial properties, new residential properties, and the impact on the tax roll. Also, the Economic Development Board focuses on the discussion of the city's strategic planning, including reviewing survey results as well as the goals and objectives of the plan held by the city. Economic Development Board members attend public meetings related to the plan. General information was also provided, and the Economic Development Board regarding the general obligation bond referendum and the results this past March election. Moving forward, Economic Development Board will work with city staff to enhance the city's economic development information strategy 1.2.1 in the EDSP aims to enhance details about the city's assets to the public, economic development data, and events. During the meetings, the Economic Development Board examined other economic development websites and provided feedback to staff via a survey. We recommend including demographic data in the form of informatics, interactive maps that will allow easy navigation and the search of opportunity sites and development projects in the city. In addition, economic development would like to include small business resources, economic development news, upcoming events that will allow for networking opportunities and business program implementation as available. To conclude, the Economic Development Board is enthusiastic about the city's adopted strategic plan and how it will influence the future of our city, along with the Economic Development Strategic Plan update. We look forward to the plan to implement the other city master plan documents. We also look forward to seeing the outcome of the newly created Budget Committee and would like to schedule a joint advisory board workshop in the near future. And finally, we want to be thankful for the service of our past chair, Mrs. Susan Meister, who served on the Economic Development Board for over a decade. So we're thankful for the expansion also of the trustee membership from the Miramar Pembroke Pines Regional Chamber of Commerce. The chamber is providing solid programming and that supports our city community.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all that you do on the Economic Development Board, and I'm sure that Assistant City Manager Stam is going to take a look at the website suggestions that you have, and I want to thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions of Economic Development? I think they're doing great.
No, thank you to the chair, my appointee to,
Thank
to
you.
the advisory board.
Appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. Next up will be Planning and Zoning Board. And I see the incomparable Linda Gonzalez coming forward.
Good evening, Mayor and
How are you?
Commissioners. Linda Gonzalez, you already said my name, right? Chair of the Planning and Zoning Board. This is Lee Goldich. She is our Vice Chair, and this is Rosalie LeBade, who's
Goldich?
been on the board since
Rosalie.
2018.
Yes.
As you can see from our report, we had quite a few members over the past year. We have 3 new board members, and I have to compliment you on picking them because they fit right in from the very first meeting they were at, asked appropriate questions, and I think we have a really strong board right now. We heard 3 zoning changes, 12 site plans, 14 zoning variances, and 25 miscellaneous applications. And you have the rest of our report in front of you. As you know, we added accessory dwelling units to the code, which only applies to property that have the land and meet the other requirements. And so far, we've had no one apply for this. Other cities are doing different things. Dallas, Texas is making it easy for there to be 7,500 square foot apartment buildings with 8 units or less, and hoping that smaller units can go in smaller places. Portland, Oregon is making incentives so that unused office space can be turned into apartments. So I think there are maybe other options out there for us to look at as far as adding more housing. As you know, the city is pretty much built out, so we'll probably be hearing redevelopment plans or repurposing buildings that are already there. Anyway, has it been 5 minutes yet?
No, I want to tell you that since the start of the city, the Planning and Zoning Board has played an integral role in the development of Pembroke Pines, possibly more than any other advisory board. The work that you all over the years has done has been, it's come out of the ground and people can see it, and it's contributed significantly to the success of the city, and I'm very, very thankful for all that you do. You're right, Linda. Redevelopment is probably going to be the next big thing on the agenda. There actually have been several redevelopment projects in the city during your time, but that's likely to be the next thing that people see, where areas that have buildings or uses right now that have become obsolete, and with the advancement of technology and other phenomena, that's more and more common. And people will want to reuse that land in different ways. So there'll be land use plans, there'll be possibly rezoning applications of different kinds, and we'll just have to meet that challenge as it comes. But I'm very, very thankful to all of you for the work that you do and for the advice that you give us.
I should add one thing. Because of the new members, I asked staff and the assistant city attorney to make presentations about the application review process.
Yeah.
And if there's anything that you would like us to look into, please let us know, because we serve at your pleasure.
We very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commission, any questions for the Planning and Zoning Board?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Good?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yes, the accessory dwelling units, that's certainly a hot topic, not just here, but certainly throughout the state of Florida. I'm very, very interested to see how some of that plays out. I know that nobody has yet applied for that. And I think a lot of that is certainly because there's more questions than there are answers right now, because it's a really rather new concept in order to be able to, either house our youth or our parents and things. I can tell you that I participate in a regional affordable housing meetings, of which many other cities are, demonstrating different levels of successes with this type of building, which is the ADUs. So I know that they are also, having challenges and are finding solutions to some of the questions that are being asked. And I'm certain that Mr. Stam and his team will be receiving more and more of that information and hopefully getting it before you all. And then hopefully maybe we can see some more of those ADUs come online within our communities that really kind of help us with both ends of our families. So thank you for everything that you all do. Love.
I think staff is looking at maybe ways to better publicize the availability of this for certain homeowners.
Yeah.
Because if I wasn't on the P&Z board, I wouldn't know about it. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for your good appointment.
Yes. Commissioner Rodriguez?
I really do appreciate the prioritization of housing and that very large issue that we have, the housing crisis that we have, and for us to be able to do something like the accessory dwelling units here in the city is really, really important. And I would ask, because it's a possibility in our city, but maybe we haven't communicated as much, whether it's a partnership with our communications department or a initiative that you all have, and as to how do we communicate to the public that this is an opportunity. Most young people would be interested in this, or seniors, especially if you have an older parent living with you. These are definitely things that people are out there looking for. We haven't necessarily reached them for them to apply and do that intrigue with. So making sure that we're communicating to them, maybe it's an initiative that you all take on or a partnership with our communications department. I'd really appreciate that as well and look forward to seeing it.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be the Education Advisory Board.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Spradley. I am the chair of the Education Advisory Board. You guys have reports. I'm not going to bore you with just reading it. I just want to highlight a few of the things that we did accomplish this year. We had several members who were able to attend the Read for the Record Day, which was held in October, which obviously reading is a big thing we're trying to push, and so be able to have some of the members volunteer to do that was really successful. Also, we tend to do our Student Ambassador Day. We did it in February this year, which was a little bit later in the school year than we normally do, but it was really, really good. We were able to host 24 students. They were all juniors from our surrounding high schools, and they were able to meet with the mayor, city manager. It was a really good opportunity for them to we went with you as well, to be able to see what goes on behind the scenes and try to encourage them to see this as a potential career opportunity as they are planning their futures. And so that was a really good event. We ended up feeding them at the senior focal point, the Southwest Focal Point Center, where they had lunch, and then they came to the commission meeting where they were recognized. So that was a really good event. Also, several members have been attending, including myself, the meetings concerning the redistricting plans, as obviously Pembroke Pines, like every city, is affected by these, and just to be able to kind of stay in the know and to add our voices to the conversation about what we think should be happening as these schools are being repurposed due to under-enrollment. And then the last thing I wanted to mention was this year we were able to participate in a STEM festival which took place at North Perry Airport back in November. And so it was an aviation fair, very well attended. Several of the members were able to attend as well and to be able to assist in that event. So our attendance record is attached, and we are very grateful that we finally have all the seats filled. It's been a while since we've been there, so this has been a really good board for this year, and we look forward to it again going into the next year. And lastly, the members want to thank Dr. Mirage, who is always such a great support for us for her investment in us and just the guidance. And she's the one who puts on the Student Ambassador Day. It could not happen without her and Mr. Bonilla. And so we're just very grateful. So that's it.
Well, thank you very, very much, and thanks to the Educational Advisory Board for all they do. During this graduation season, of course, all of us had the opportunity to go around and meet with the different schools and help them to celebrate as we come closer to the end of the year. And two things sort of came out from my discussion with parents and teachers and even some of our principals at the charter schools. And the first was the addition of some additional guidance, particularly in the younger grades, on how to study. There are many different study habits. Some kids, it comes more natural than others. But it didn't seem like there was a particular discussion on how to study early in the grades. I'm talking about, third grade or maybe even earlier, I really don't know. Or whether or not it gets touched on incrementally over time and how that would happen. The second, but it does seem like something that should be there, and I'm thinking back to my own school experience. I don't know that there was anyone there talking to us about that in any sort of formal way. I think that could be helpful for students. The other thing that I heard was how it would be great if language was much more conversational and much less grammar. There were a number of people who spoke to me and said, I took 4 years of Spanish. One lady said in school, I don't understand a word of it. I took 4 years of it. And it's because the conversation didn't stick. She knows the words, but she wasn't able to pick it up. And so they were wondering whether or not that was possible. Now, of course, whenever you make a recommendation in the field of education, you inevitably run against about maybe 8 or 10 rule books of regulations and other things. But if you and your board and your members would take an interest in that, I would very much love to see how it is that we can incorporate those two things to a much greater degree in the schools, and even encourage the district schools to sort of do that. It's not much. I don't think it would take much effort, but the achievement improvement in both regards, I think, would be pretty significant. So I'm wondering if you'll take that suggestion and think about it a little bit and see what your board could do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just thinking about Mr. Arana, who is the coordinator of governmental affairs and legislative affairs for the county, and perhaps he comes to several of our meetings, and perhaps we can go ahead and see whether or not there's anything that the county currently has or has even been thinking about. Their focus has probably been more so on the restructuring of schools, but that's definitely something that we can have the conversation and even perhaps present ideas in that arena.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Any other questions for the Educational Advisory Board? Thank you very much for a job well done and for all the work that you do for the city of Pembroke Pines. The Youth Advisory Board is next. Welcome.
Thank you.
Your name for the record, please.
Hello, Commission. It's nice to meet you guys. My name is Roberta Joseph, and I am the chair for the Youth Advisory Board, as well as my vice chair, Jaden Lee, who wasn't able to be here, but he's here in spirit. From September 2024 to May 2025, we've had our second year of Youth Advisory Board. We've had members from Flanagan High School, Pembroke Pines Charter High School, go Jaguars, Somerset High School, and College Academy. I'd like to take a quick moment to just ask the current members that are here today to stand because they were here to support me, and I really appreciate them. Okay, thank you so much. Now I'd like to go on to just a brief summary of our best accomplishment this year and some of our suggestions. So as you guys know, our biggest project for the Youth Advisory Board was our Career Fair and Life Skills event. This was an event that was basically created from two ideas that were merged together. There were a lot of board members like me who want to learn more about the careers that are in our city because even though we in high school work towards building a career, there are a lot of times where a lot of students aren't aware of the actual businesses that surround them. As well as that, there were a lot of seniors on the board who wanted to be able to learn more like life skills before they were able to go into college. Things like being able to change a tire or being able to eat healthy in college were things that they wanted to be able to learn outside of the classroom, which is why I'm very excited to say that on April 2nd, 2025, we had 15 businesses come and help almost 100 seniors from our board schools, and it was a very successful event, and we're very proud of it.
Wow.
And we hope that for next year, it can be bigger and better to impact more students. Now I'll go on to our suggestions. As I just mentioned, our career fair was very successful, but as all things are, there are still things that we want to fix and improve, which is why we want to ask the commission if we could make this event an annual event so that students could look forward to it and so that we can reach more students that aren't just seniors and also invite more businesses to really create a sense of community between our youth. Also, another suggestion that we have, which I think you guys will like, is to meet with the city commissioners and have a Q&A session. There are a lot of members that join this board because they want to learn more about our city government. And of course, to ask you guys would basically be the best opportunity for us. So we hope that next year we can interact more and be able to learn from each other. As well as this, we want to develop a third place idea. There was a member, part of our board, who did some research for a class and heard this idea of a third place, where a lot of students establish school and work as one place, and then home and family as a second place. So we wanted the city to be able to establish a third place for youth like us to be able to socialize and just create a better community so that, our youth can be more involved with the city. Because a lot of people will go their entire high school career not knowing the city commissioners or the city hall or just anything about our city government. So we really want to engage our youth more. And also, I'd like to lastly give an amazing thank you to Holly Bonkowski. She has been such an amazing mentor to all of the members, and it's just really uplifting to have an adult like her who values our opinions every single day, and we really appreciate her, and I'm so excited to work with her next year. So thank you so much, Holly. Also, I would like to thank the City Commission for even agreeing for this board to be a thing. It's really important for adults like you in government to value the opinions of youth, and we're really glad that we were able to create change, and we hope to create even more change, and that's all thanks to you guys. So also a big thank you to you. And as for that is my board report. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you same time next year.
Wonderful, and I want to thank you for all the work, you and all your members, and I know that Holly is taking notes of the suggestions, which I think are wonderful, and she'll work on those and bring them to us when that time comes. But I want to thank you so much for all your work and for an outstanding presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great night, and have a great meeting. Thank you.
So next we have our Board of Adjustment. Is anyone here from the Board of Adjustment? Okay. Is the chair here? We'll reschedule them. We'll reschedule. The next is the Charter Elementary Middle School Advisory Board. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Imran Siddiqui, and I've had the honor of serving as the Charter Elementary and Middle School Advisory Board. I first want to, before I get started, I just want to sincerely thank this commission, the mayor, the vice mayor, our city manager, for having the vision of providing and supporting us with an A-rated public school system that's as equivalent to any top-notch school in all of Broward and Dade County. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all our children, that what you've done and you continue to do. So thank you. And thank you for the vision. I know, Mr. George, I know what your vision was back then many years ago, and we're all benefiting from that. Thank you again. So to get started, I'm just going to go down the 2024-2025 accomplishments that we've had as quickly as I can. We had an election of our chairman and vice chair. We had the annual review of our Sunshine Law presentation. We reviewed and approved the charter system wellness policy, along with the charter system school security safety evacuation plan, and including the reunification and emergency protocols. We reviewed and approved the guide to proactive discipline for charter elementary and middle schools, along with the proactive discipline concerning bullying for both the charter elementary and middle schools. We also approved the parent handbook for charter elementary and middle schools, and the improvement plan for both the elementary and the middle schools. Along with that, the charter system strategic plan was approved as well. We reviewed and approved the A+ funds distribution committee final report to the charter and elementary middle schools. We updated the innovative learning process for funding, along with reviewing the charter system fundraising activities, which includes the dress down days. The principals spoke about Jaguar Parent Point Series workshops and volunteer hours and events that were encouraged to parents to participate in. Parents were updated on the FAST testing during workshops conducted during several meetings. And just to mention, our school system rated, I believe it was in the top 3 of all of Broward County for FAST score testing. So that's a reflection of the quality of teachers that we have in our system and what all of you have provided us. So thank you again for that. Principals regularly reported on individual school activities and middle school sports accomplishments. Recognized employees annually for their outstanding achievements and awards at meetings. Recognized the charter school's accomplishments and organizational awards presented to the schools. And we strongly encourage parents' participation to support the SOS fundraising efforts. There was an open forum that was conducted at the end of every board meeting, which encouraged parents, guardians, teachers, and students to raise any issues that they have, voice praise or concerns. This was also an opportunity for parent questions to be answered directly by principals and other members of the city and school staff that were present at the meetings. And what we've noticed is year by year, we've had a larger and larger presence at these meetings every month. We've encouraged parent communication with administrators and board members, maintained open communication with our charter school partners, Chartwells, encouraged parents and guardian students to attend the charter high school advisory board meetings as well. We reviewed the election timeline, and city manager's office provided update on every meeting on information on fundraising activities, upcoming events to earn volunteer hours, and lottery enrollment process and results. The city manager's office advised on upcoming budget process for the 2025-2026 year, which is in our next meeting. We participated in the budget workshop yearly. And finally, we supported staff during preparation for 5-year accreditation. Overall, this has been an honor serving on this board. I've learned a tremendous amount. But again, this is a true blessing to be a part of this system, and I can't thank you all enough. There is a lot that goes on within the system, especially getting our kids educated in the middle school, high school, elementary school, and I could not have chosen a better school system. So again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. God bless all of you.
Thank you very much for a great presentation and for all that you and your board do at the charter schools. Any questions for the charter middle? Okay, moving on. we have the Charter Academic Village Advisory Board. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Michelle Reynoso, and as Chair of the Academic Village Advisory Board, that's the high school and the middle school at the Academic Village, I'm here to present the annual report. You should have a copy of our report and our attendance record as well.
Yeah, we saw it.
Good. And a lot of the points that I'm going to highlight, they kind of mirror what was just discussed. But I think we have a little more fun on our board meetings. Okay, so I'll just highlight some of the accomplishments. We reviewed and approved the 2025 to 2030 Pembroke Pines Charter School System Strategic Plan. We reviewed and approved both the past school year's middle and high school handbooks. We held an open forum at each board meeting, which is always very, very interesting, where parents were encouraged to voice their concerns, ask questions, and provide feedback. Principal Bay always attended, and every single board meeting, and he responded to every parent. We also received with enthusiasm from Principal Bayer monthly accomplishments of the various academic and athletic successes of our charter school students, and we were able to pay very close attention to Dr. Pizzo's report on the safety improvements at our campuses and the reunification process after an alert. We received and discussed monthly updates by the City Controller regarding fundraising activities and results. Thank you, Jonathan. We will review the upcoming school year's budget on Monday, June 9th for recommendation to you all. And we monitored the adoption of the updated uniform policy to include black slacks and shorts, which began this past school year. It seems to have been a hit with the students. So the board appreciates the support of the City Commission, the City Manager's Office, and the school principals. The final version of this report was approved for presentation at our May 12th meeting. And that's it.
You all have been doing a great job, and you help to make the Academic Village a better place for the students, for the faculty, for the city of Pembroke Pines, and I just want to thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Any questions for this board? Yes, Commissioner Good.
Very well done, Ms. Reynoso. So just out of curiosity, I know that you all are very resourceful as a team and things. And now we're hearing from, from our state leadership that we're starting to have some shifting of funds that may impact some of these very important programming, that addresses, higher level learning, so to say. So have you all started to engage in dialogue about, how to maybe deal with some of those shortfalls that may potentially be coming to us?
We did have discussion about this couple of meetings, and we were advised to, as parents, to please, send letters, make phone calls. A lot of parents, we really appreciate the programming that our students are, exposed to, and we want those to continue. Anything else that we can do, please let us know. We will definitely, find a way to let everybody know. We have a nice turnout at our meetings, and we will let all the parents know what we should do.
Great. And back to you, anything that you all may come up with, you may tell us that maybe we can help as well too, because we find this to be very, very important programming for the academic village.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Thank you again for being a leader in this
Thank you.
hard time.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Have a great night.
Much appreciated. Board of Adjustment, you ready?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Commissioners. Good evening. Sorry that I'm a little bit late based on the fact that I am coming from Miami and I did catch a little bit of traffic.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you all. All right. All right.
Okay.
Good evening again. I'm your chair for the Board of Adjustment, Israel Rodriguez Soto. And I will be giving you a synopsis of the annual review. In June of each year, of course, as we are today, the Advisory Board of Committee shall forward the City Commission a summary. So the summary accomplishment during the reporting term for last year is as follows. First of all, you have attachments of all the items that we have in front of you. So I'll just mention that. And therefore, between the April 24 and March 25, the Board of Adjustment heard 94 requests for 41 properties. The Board of Adjustment passed 84 motions and failed 10. 2 of them, 10 failed motions, were appealed to the City Commission as per the City LDC 155.311. 69 petitions, or 73.4% of the requests, were to address work done without building permits. Last year and the year, we have seen a trend going up of people basically actually favoring the fact of saying, I'm sorry, instead of just going out and do a request for permits. So we in the board have been basically moving forth and ensuring that we start dropping that percentage, and we have had quite a success up to now. It was a little bit higher. 69 petitions, as I said, 73.4% of the requests were addressed of work done without a building permit. The Board of Adjustment approved 89.3% of the petitions, and 9.4% of the petitions failed. And then on June 18, 24, the ordinance number 2022 approved an increase for the front lot coverage, FLC, for driveways from 35 to the front lot area to 40% allowable. That has helped us a lot. Thank you very much. Based on the fact that we do have very unequal lots, and therefore now we can have a better understanding and a better, I would say, fair and reasonableness in order to assist those petitions quite well. Recommendations or suggestions to the City Commissions regarding: the Board recommends that the appeal process suggested by Member Jones during the May 1st, 25 meeting and accepted by members of the Board of Directors. The appeal goes that the City Commission to be granted only 5-0 vote or a simple majority. The Board heard and denied a variance by a vote or 5-0 on very simple majority. The Board adjusted respectively as for conditions of variance is granted that you should take in consideration when they come to the front of you to ask for a review of what we basically disagree in the Board of Adjustment, that the code should inspect the property for compliance with 30 days within 30 days. Basically, what we're saying that the conditional variance issue when home renovations and alteration and the size increases are made without permits, or when early owners made renovation, alteration, size increase, could be granted only as long as the hardship exists. And why? Because the property should be returned to prior conditions following the city rules. And in that manner, instead of just granting them an approval, that will basically be part of that property for life. But basically, if you take in consideration a hardship, then, and it goes into their deeds in that manner, and it will return to the existing conditions once that person leaves the property. Therefore, based on that, I will just finish my synopsis to you. And thank you very much for the support that you have given me and to the board throughout this year. We have a full staff, and we're moving forward quite well. So therefore, again, thank you. And to those that have just recently joined the commission board. I do wish you a very successful endeavor, and I'm sure that you will enjoy this quest. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for me?
Thank you very much, Board of Adjustment, for all that you do for the city of Pembroke Pines. Any comments for Board of Adjustment? Seeing none, thank you so very, very much.
Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
You too. Next up will be Arts and Culture Board. Rose?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner. My name is Rose Colombo. I'm Chair of the Art Board. I would like to introduce my fellow members who are present this evening. We have Kit Jordan, Karen Corin, Ananice Rodriguez, Jasmine Murias, and two of our members who are not present, Margot Mercado and Gloria Pierce, are also board members. Okay, the Frank Art Gallery, under the direction of Sophie Bonnet, our chief curator at the Frank and also at Studio 18, the Frank continues to flourish as one of the premium art galleries in Broward County. The Frank offers workshops, field trips, and special events, such as movie screenings and musical events on the plaza. The gallery has hosted an amazing array of visual art exhibits featuring national and international artists, and we are very proud that children and family-themed events are a regular part of the cultural offerings at the Frank. Some of the art events held at the Frank include, some of the major events held at the Frank include of Seeing and Being, the Deering Estate at the Frank, Ebb and Flow, an exhibit exploring womanhood, The Crossings, a global traveling exhibit, and Juji Morales, an exhibit organized by the National Center for Children's Literature. Some of the children family events held at the Frank included storytelling at the Frank, teen art club, summer reading party, art and yoga for kids. Some of the special events at the Frank included movie night on the plaza, Savor the Sounds concerts with a live painting artist, holiday art market, and family day. The Frank supports artists at all stages of their career with various lectures, panel discussion, and hands-on workshops. The Studio 18 Art Complex continues to be a hub where emerging and established artists cultivate their skills. Some of the events held at Studio 18 include Got Culture, a celebration of art and diversity, NAMI, Artist Takeover, The Power Within exhibit. The 19th Annual Art Competition was also held at Studio 18 on May 24th. The competition included 127 pieces of artwork created by 68 artists who participated. Awards were given in 8 categories, and Marissa Meek's beautiful painting was chosen by the Art Board as the 2024 Art Festival poster winner. Studio 18 held numerous lectures and workshops, engaging the community and always working to advance the careers of emerging and established artists. Some of the other events, some of the workshop events for artists included FAU Digital Storytelling Showcase, pottery painting, wearable art, coil vase and clay tile workshops, holiday ornament painting, and coffee and create workshops. The Pembroke Pines Art and Culture Center continues to offer many year-round programs and various workshops for children of our community, including guitar lessons, musical theater, and piano lessons. PP Topa, which was founded 30 years ago, continues to present amazing live theater featuring all-star South Florida performances at the Susan B. Katz Theater. This season's shows included Barefoot in the Park, Death Trap, and Spelling Bee. The 23rd Storybook Festival, which is co-sponsored by the city and the Regional Library, was held on November 16th. This delightful children's event includes a book giveaway, costume parade, face painting, and a craft tent. The 26th Annual Art and Music Festival was held November 2nd and 3rd at City Center, and our festival truly featured something for everyone. The Frank held 2 workshops at the festival, trading cards with Mary Stout and hemmed U's with Melanie Olivia. Live music was featured on stage throughout the weekend, and an interactive belly dancing performance by the Arabian Roses was enjoyed by all. The festival also included food trucks, an arts and craft tent, the color bubble, face painting, balloon twisting, and a bounce house and an arcade trailer. The 7th Annual Student Art Competition, which is part of the festival, was a huge success, featuring artwork from students at Pembroke Pines schools and students from our recreation programs. 243 works of art were on display at in the City Center lobby, and each grade level was given cash awards. The 2-day festival included diverse live entertainment and a digital festival booklet. Our awards breakfast was held Sunday morning in the beautiful mezzanine at City Center, and awards were given to artists in 12 categories. Our arts and cultural department were very successful in obtaining sponsorship for the festival. Some of the other very successful events and projects completed throughout the year by the Recreation and Cultural Arts Department include a new cultural offering is at the Pines Village Community Center. Gary Gore, one of our Studio 18 artists, is now conducting 2 art workshops monthly at the Pines Village Community Center. A few of the other events, Story Walk in the Pines, Spring into Art, Music and Children's Show, Summer Art and Drama Camps, Summer Symphony Series, Biannual Art, Culture and Entertainment Guide, Honoring Veterans Portrait Project, Film Fest at Susan B. Katz. Let's see. The city received a $25,000 grant from Broward County to be used for the Caribbean American Heritage Festival, and also utilizing a recommendation from the Art Board, the Traffic Wrap Box program continues using images of past art festival poster winners. The Art Board wishes to extend our sincere appreciation to Christina Sorensen and Holly Bonkowski. Where would we be without Holly? She makes our dreams come true. And the entire Recreation and Cultural Arts staff. Lastly, of course, we wish to thank the City Commission for your year after year ongoing support of the arts in Pembroke Pines. And that's it.
Year after year, the Pembroke Pines Art and Culture Board does a wonderful job presenting all different kinds of wonderful presentations in all different kinds of venues throughout the city, and we're very, very thankful. You add a great dimension to the enjoyment in the city, and we're very, very, very thankful to you. Thank you. Anyone have a question for arts and culture? Thank you so very much, Rose. Well done. Environmental Advisory Board is next.
Good evening. Namaste. By way of my background information, before I give the report, it is my honor and pleasure to submit this report annually to the board. And I want to thank you. Last time when I came in front of the commission, I said there should be a volunteer appreciation. So I'm happy to report there were 2 appreciation lunches, one at the police department and one at the community services. So thank you very much. I also want to thank Tom, because in his personal capacity as vice mayor, he gave me appreciation certificate. So thank you, Tom. So I really appreciate that volunteers are being appreciated one way or other, because we are selfless workers. By way of background, my name is Ram Tiwari. I have been living in this city since 1988, and I retired from Broward County in 2012. And since that time, I have been volunteering with different committees and advisory board. So now, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, and city clerk, and dedicated staff of city, because they have been very helpful in our working as advisory board. And a special mention is to be made, the Planning and Economic Development Department. They have been giving us information, data, any request we did. So I really want to thank their department. The role of Environmental Advisory Board is to provide constructive advice and counsel to the City Commission with a broad outlook towards environmental protection. That has been our focus, and I have a vice mayor and 3-4 members of the board are here. They are very experienced and they are very enthusiastic about the environment. They have discussed all kinds of things, but only 2 things I will mention here. You already have a list of the recommendation. We have been pleading for past 3 years that city should hire a sustainability coordinator. Reason is because I was looking at the budget, and in the budget, I was happy to see that green plan approved by EAB is included in the budget. So I assume that budget is appreciative, that whatever elements are there for the green plan, that will be becoming part of the budget. But as I said, we have been pleading every year because, as you will see, not only in the budget, but also I looked at the that 2023 strategic plan update, which has 6 goals. And I saw out of those 6 goals, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are indirectly related with the Environmental Advisory Board. So I'm hoping that if you have something in your strategic plan, if you have in your budget, all this data has to be collected by someone. To just give you an example, I wanted a data since city stopped recycling in January 2022. So I asked the data, what was 3 years data before and what is the data now? And I have not been able to get good data because I had to go to utility, the finance. So I want to say that's one aspect of it. If we were looking for biosolids or things of that kind, food waste. So it is, you need someone who could coordinate your all elements, whether they are in the budget or whether they are in the strategic plan. Please do consider that. So that was one of the strong recommendations which our board members felt that I should make it plead again to the board that please do consider hiring a sustainability coordinator. Second one was, as we care for the environment, solid waste. I know there was an RFI done by the city, and what happened, we don't know. So, because that was a good RFI which included all the elements of solid waste management, and I thought city is approaching it the right way, but I don't know. 3.5 years, we have not been recycling. So it must be going somewhere. So that was the request also, because if these things are there, we are there. So if we get an update about what happened to RFI or these kind of things, so I will not elaborate more, but our members are very, very interested that you hire a coordinator. The job description has been included in our annual report, so please do consider. If you cannot do a full-time, at least do a part-time. Start something, because there is a lot of data which has to be coordinated at one place to come out with certain conclusions. Let me highlight is that EAB is pleased to know that our green plan is included, and hopefully those elements will be implemented, and there will be some funds available for those elements. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer that.
Thank you very much, Ram, and to the entire committee for everything that you do. Mr. Dodge and I had a conversation about the sustainability officer some months ago, and I know he's been considering who he's going to assign that function to. And so I know that that announcement will be coming shortly, and I want to thank you for that. It's something that the administration wants to do. So
Thank you.
We're thankful to you for that recommendation and for all that you do for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for environment? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next board will be Diversity and Heritage Board.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Dawn Prospect, and I am the chair of the Diversity and Heritage Advisory Board. And I would like to first start off by thanking you guys for hearing our cries last year, because we haven't had a quorum to have our meetings regularly, and we were able to have regular meetings this past year. So thank you for that, and for appointing members to fill those seats. So with that, we were able to make a few suggestions to the board this year, and I must say that we were able to have the Caribbean American Heritage Festival last year. Caribbean American Heritage Festival last year, which was great, and the second annual one is coming up on June 28th. We also were able to put forth to have a Juneteenth festival, which will be now on June 20th from 6 to 9. We're very excited about that. We also proposed to put into the budget to have an MLK parade, which is not something that the city has had before. So this is something that we are looking forward to be approved in the budget. And also, I know the mayor made a charge to us last year, and also to a meeting a few months ago, of putting forth a calendar of events, for monthly events, to showcase the diversity and heritage within the city of Pembroke Pines. And we have had multiple discussions about this, and we are working on putting this together. But what we do agree on is that the city does have some great events already, but where we saw the downfall was that there's not a lot of advertising. We're not aware, even within the members we're talking, and we're not aware of these events that are happening. So what I must say is, after a meeting, I've been seeing more emails coming out and also on social media about the events that are ongoing. So I must say that has improved significantly just in the past 3 weeks since our last meeting. So I must commend, and I will thank Christina for listening to us and bringing this information over to the commission.
I want to thank you for the work that you do. It's important to the city. This board is especially important to me. And we look very forward to you receiving your calendar, and we'll talk more about advertising once we know what events you're recommending. So that's an important thing to have, and we look very forward to getting that soon. Thank you so very much. Any other questions for Diversity Board?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Good. Can
Yes,
somebody track down what that noise is? We're trying to find that out. Thank you.
Maybe it's you. I just want to say y'all doing a really wonderful job. I'm very, very excited about particularly the programming that you have coming forward with the Juneteenth. Typically, Juneteenth is celebrated on the 19th, but I know that you all are doing it on the 20th so that you can do it on a Friday. The 20th is a Friday, and you're doing on a Friday evening where you can accommodate people's schedule. And I've seen a little bit of the programming, and I am really excited. There's some really important people, some guest speakers that are coming. The programming, the expansiveness of the programming, I couldn't be any more happier than what's coming, and I only want to say that so everybody knows. June 20th, Juneteenth celebration right here at City Hall. Please, please come, because the programming that these people put together is fantastic. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you very, very much, and
Thank
for
you.
everything that you do. And the last board presentation today is our newest board, the Citizens Budget Advisory Board.
Hello, Commission. Figure out what that sound is. Some gremlins in the building.
I just don't know. Can
My name
everyone
is-
just take a second and turn their mics off and then turn them back on? Okay, go ahead.
My name is Scott Barnett. I'm the chair of the Budget Advisory Board, the new board on the block. Mayor, city manager, and commission. I do want to acknowledge one of our board members is here, Bill Huff. I don't know if any other budget members are here, but thank you for coming and supporting this presentation. Mayor, city manager, and commission, thank you for your continued support of this community by allowing residents to have this unique ability to authentically participate in our governmental process, truly a government by the people and of the people. I have been humbled to have been selected as chair, especially as I'm surrounded by an incredible group of fellow residents who care about the future of our shared responsibilities and have much to offer. Mayor Castillo, I also want to acknowledge your unique vision to have initiated this process over 4 years ago with the original District 4 board that would allow residents across the city to have meaningful dialogue with the city administrators to better understand how these operations function. It can also not be understated the boldness of your leadership with the recent referendum opportunity. This is one of the most difficult things an elected official has to deal with. And while it did not pass, it was successful by creating renewed energy within our community to create a sense of transparency within our city government, especially at a time in our history when it's needed most. These are indeed tumultuous times. There is much uncertainty in the near and present future, both at the national level and especially at the state level. Yet, as we gather around the proverbial kitchen table of our home here in Pembroke Pines, we are going to rely on this commission's leadership to tackle some of the hard issues facing us in the years to come. Over the past 4 years of my involvement with this process, I can tell you we are indeed privileged to have a city manager and assistant managers along with city staff who continue to conduct business with integrity and a dedication to this community like no other, as was proven through their endless hours of engagement with our residents in every district over the past year. I want to personally thank everyone for exceeding our expectations in terms of their fiscal responsibility and commitment to this community, with special acknowledgement as well to Assistant City Manager and Finance Director Lisa Chong and Budget Director Leslie White. And I'd also like to take a moment to personally thank our city clerks, Marlene Graham, who was proceeding over our meetings, and Ms. Rogers. They always bring a high level of professionalism to all of our city's proceedings and always keep things moving. That being said, we are going to rely on this commission to make some bold decisions in the coming year. At our most recent meetings, we were presented with a thorough explanation of the various components of the city budget, along with presentations by the police and fire departments and the pertinent capital projects that are long overdue. Our upcoming meeting will address the water utility, along with the forward-thinking solutions that were presented in the recent visioning meeting. What we have learned is that we cannot and should not conflate one department's needs over any other. Each department has unique funding needs that necessitate unilateral solutions of their own devices. As the saying goes, we cannot take from Peter to pay Paul. This board allows residents to better understand how this administration functions and hopefully will clear up any confusion as to its operation. With the recent referendum proposal, it showed was the fact that this community deserves better clarity as to how these projects are funded, as this will elevate our understanding of how we may be able to prioritize these needed capital improvements over the course of the next year. As the city has finally reached its max potential for residential development, we can no longer depend on additional revenues to placate funding deficits. On a personal note, as a resident here for the past 2 decades, I've been frustrated by the reactionary nature of the government proceedings and lack of a clear way forward. And I want to thank this commission, especially also Assistant City Manager Michael Stam, for bringing forth a strategic plan that now sets new parameters for the future that lies ahead. We know what we need to do, and we now have the blueprint to move this forward. We can no longer kick the can down the road and defer these needed improvements to our next set of representatives. This city deserves better because our business community, our residents, and especially our children deserve a quality of life that only this city can provide. We must find creative funding solutions to accomplish this task. There is no other choice. Myself and the rest of the Budget Board look forward to providing the kind of input and perspective to tackle some of the immense challenges that will come before us. And again, we will be relying on this commission to keep a steady hand on the rudder as we ply the rough waters ahead. This will not be easy, but as a wise man once said, we don't do these things because they are easy. We do them because they are hard, because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skill, because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
Thank you very, very much, and it gives me a rush of pride to welcome you and your board to the family of advisory boards in the city of Pembroke Pines. I know that you will do outstanding work, and we're very, very eager to hear always what you have to offer. Questions for the Citizens Budget Advisory Council?
A quick comment, Mayor.
Commissioner Schwartz.
I believe the administration could support the board a little bit better by providing presentations, minutes, documents that they're going to digest that evening, certainly more than 2 hours before the meeting begins. I believe it's unfair for a member of the public, let alone a member of a board, to come to a meeting and it's just hot off the press. I do believe there's an opportunity for the administration to provide this documentation at least 1 week in advance to allow the board to inquire so they can have a more robust, in-depth, and a cognitive understanding of the material that's in front of them. I believe that the last meeting with police and fire, while it looked really nice, it fell short of the depthness that's most required, considering that the board has already identified the percentage of dollars that are going to our first responders. And while I can't stress enough my support for every member of this board, it is the responsibility of us as policymakers to ensure that all of our board members, regardless of where they're at, that they have all the information possible as early as possible so they can ask questions of staff in advance. Thank you, Mayor.
Have you been getting your board information late?
No, I don't believe we've been getting anything
Okay.
late. And considering that this is a new board and we, honestly haven't we've only had 2 meetings so far. So right now it's a process of getting to know the city and the departments. But we've received the information on time, so I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Any other
Thank you.
questions of the Citizens Advisory Board? Seeing none, that will wrap up the presentation of our advisory boards, and I want to thank everyone who's presented. We're going to take a 2-minute recess, and then we will be back to begin the regular City Commission meeting. Thank you very much. Glad you're here. No, that's okay. You don't want to speak? Okay, good. Okay, if we could all settle down, we have a big meeting to begin. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you all very much. Please, if you would take your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome everyone to the June 4th, 2025 meeting of the Pembroke Pines City Commission meeting. And before we get started, I want to give warm congratulations to the class of 2025. We had graduations last week, and I believe into this week, from one end of the city to the other, and we made as many of them as we can. And I can tell you that our city and our state and our country is in very good hands with these very, very talented and capable young people who bring so much to our community just by being around, but in addition, by giving us tremendous hope. And we are always very thrilled to see them do well. Nothing's more important in the city of Pembroke Pines than family, and our children are a deep source of inspiration, so we congratulate them all. Madam Clerk, if you would, please call the roll.
Commissioner Good,
I am here.
Vice Mayor Hernandez,
I am here.
Commissioner Rodriguez. Here. Commissioner Schwartz.
Here.
Mayor Castillo.
Here.
City Manager Dodge.
Here.
City Attorney Gorin.
I'm here.
We have quorum.
Thank you very much. Leading us today in the pledge and then the national anthem is Sierra Layton, and Sierra is a 13-year-old Silver Trail Middle School student who also attends Music Legacy, where she takes singing classes. And so, Sierra, we welcome you, and we ask you to lead us in the pledge. And then, if you would remain standing, please, for the national anthem.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? Oh, the ramparts we watch, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave through to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Sierra Layton, thank you so very, very, very much. Announcements of items to be pulled from the agenda?
We have none, Mayor.
Okay. We have several presentations. They are like ready to go. So this is one of my favorite kinds of presentations. Where is she? I gotta go say hello. Is she coming? She's coming up? All right. If you all can just come right around the back. And look who's here. Wow. Okay. All right. And I'm going to stand right by her. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a proclamation of the city of Pembroke Pines, Florida, in honor of Yvonne Saracini's 100th birthday. Whereas Yvonne Gagnon was born on June 23, 1925 in New Bedford, Massachusetts, and raised in a vibrant French-Canadian household, fostering a lifelong passion for language and culture. And whereas her dedication to nursing began with her training at Bellevue Hospital in New York City, a path briefly interrupted by tuberculosis diagnosis that never dampened her joyful spirit, even earning her lighthearted reprimands for laughing too much during her recovery. And whereas Yvonne's adventurous and compassionate spirit led her to work at the American Embassy Hospital in France, travel across Europe, and ultimately meet her husband, her beloved husband, Enrique Saracini, in Ibiza, Spain. Continuing a long-distance courtship through letters written in French and English before marrying and returning to the United States. And whereas after earning her anesthetist license through University of Massachusetts, Harvard, Yvonne went on to serve over 30 years as a night shift ICU and emergency room nurse at North Shore Hospital in Miami. Yeah. North Shore. And whereas throughout her career and into retirement, she raised a loving family that now includes her daughters Michelle, Elisa, Suzanne, and Opalka, her grandchildren Nicholas and Pam, Noel and Christina, Emma, Maria, Michelle, Rosalie, Elisa, Lena, and Janine. And her great-grandchildren, Amalia and Jacob, all while maintaining an active and spirited retirement as a Miami Heat Golden Oldies dancer. This lady has stayed busy. She is a language enthusiast and an active participant at the Carl Schechter Southwest Focal Point Community Center. For all of that and so much more, now therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, Mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby recognize and celebrate Yvonne Saracini on the occasion of her 100th birthday for a life richly lived with resilience, joy, service, and inspiration, and encourage all residents to join me in honoring her extraordinary contributions and vibrant legacy. Congratulations. To you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Yvonne. Happy birthday to you. Isn't that wonderful? Okay, I'm going to hold on to this so that you can take this microphone and you get to say whatever you want. But remember, we're on live TV.
I want to thank everybody for this terrific reception. And that's it.
Thank you so very much. Commissioners, why don't you gather behind us here so that you can all be in the picture, in the photo? Can you get us all that way? Let's see if we can, if you all can avoid getting blocked by this big orange creature. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much.
That's a lot of fun. Congratulations to you, darling.
We had a lot of fun.
Good. Enjoy. Enjoy. All right, we'll give them a couple of minutes. Thank you so very much. Is Denise Ironman here? Ah, okay. All right, thank you very much. Moving along. This is a proclamation of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, on the occasion of Alzheimer's Awareness Month. And if you would come forward, please. Yes, I'll get to you in a second. Okay, whereas Alzheimer's disease is a progressive neurodegenerative brain disorder that tragically robs individuals of their memories and leads to severe mental and physical decline, impacting not only those diagnosed, but their family and caregivers. And whereas more than 7.2 million Americans live with Alzheimer's disease, including an estimated 580,000 individuals in the state of Florida, with approximately 47,800 residing in Broward County. And whereas Alzheimer's disease is the 7th leading cause of death in the United States and remains the only disease among the top 10 causes of death that cannot yet be prevented, cured, or slowed. And whereas the City of Pembroke Pines recognizes and supports the efforts of the Alzheimer's Association, all those who raise awareness, advocate for resources, and advance research and provide care for individuals and families affected by this devastating illness. Now, therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, Mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines, along with the City Commission, do hereby proclaim June 2025 as Alzheimer's Awareness Month in the City of Pembroke Pines and urge all residents to join in raising awareness in support of these efforts to combat the disease. And Commissioner Good, I know that this is a very important thing to you and your family. If you could come forward and assist me in the presentation of this proclamation. Let's give him a minute to join us. And with us today from is the committee co-chair for the Alzheimer's Walk, Denise Ironman. And Denise, if you would, say a few words.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and fellow residents, thank you so much for the opportunity to address you, and thank you for taking the time to recognize Alzheimer's to help raise greater awareness. My name is Denise Ironman, and I'm honored to serve as a volunteer and committee co-chair for the Alzheimer's Association. Alzheimer's has touched me personally. Aside from my mom in 2019, who suffered for 10 years, I've lost 4 other in addition to that. And it's just been an insidious, horrific disease to watch. I'm here representing, as the mayor said, 47,800 residents of Broward County living with this disease. We have the 2nd highest number of individuals living with Alzheimer's in Florida. It's critical that we raise awareness for the disease. We know the disease has physical, emotional, and financial impacts on the individual and family, but there is hope. We are in a new era with treatments available for those in the early stages of the disease. And just last month, the FDA cleared a blood test to help detect Alzheimer's disease. So ask your doctors about it if you need. Where was I? Hold on one sec. The blood. Right. In addition, House Bill 801, which a lot of you may not know about, was enacted in 2024. This created an Alzheimer's disease and related dementia continuing education course for law enforcement. In 2023, the Florida legislature passed House Bill 1275. The legislation established the ability for counties to create a Persons with Disabilities Registry. It is voluntary for all counties. The bill went into effect on January 1, 2024. This is so important. We have one for mental illness. We need one for dementia and Alzheimer's. My mom crossed the road at Kings Point in Tamarack. Shortly after my dad died, I was working downtown Miami for the courts. It was within 6 months before I could get a caregiver for her or move her to our home. She darn near got hit. And police stopped, didn't realize she had Alzheimer's, and this is why we did this. This is why we pushed for this. Please know there's support available in our community. The Alzheimer's Association provides free education and support. We also have a 24/7 hotline at 800-272-3900 that's available 365 days a year, which is run by dementia experts to handle any and all questions. You can also visit us at alls.org to learn about local resources. But we hope you will join our community on Saturday, December 6th, the walk, because funding has been cut off or cut down at the federal level for cancer, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, so we got to step it up. And Broward County Walk to End Alzheimer's is a great opportunity to meet people, build teams, raise money, raise awareness. And I have a shout out to Jay Schechter, City of Pembroke Pines, wherever he is. Okay, he formed a, hey Jay, he formed a team, City of Pembroke Pines, and I hope he comes back. Okay, thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's take a photo together. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you. All right. The next item is a proclamation from the representatives of Florida Rising, and Commissioner Rodriguez, if you would join me. Yes, if you could all come down. Sure. And as they're walking down, Commissioner, if you would read the whereas clauses.
And before that, I just wanted to say thank you so much to the mayor and to the commission for agreeing to do this. This group came to me a couple months ago for this proclamation, which I think is really, really important for Domestic Workers Day, not only because they came to me, but personally in college, I did work as a domestic worker, not here, but in France, nannying, cleaning houses to make sure that I was able to pay at least a part of my college tuition. And so this is really important because of not only everything in this proclamation, but we'll give you some information and statistics as well during the presentation. So Domestic Workers Day. Whereas domestic workers, including housekeepers, nannies, and caregivers for children, the elderly, and the people with disabilities, play an essential role in maintaining the stability, health, and the well-being of families and households in the city of Pembroke Pines and across the nation, and make it possible for others in our community to participate in the workforce and contribute to our economy. And whereas despite their invaluable contributions, domestic workers have historically been excluded from many basic labor protections under federal and state laws, leaving them vulnerable to low wages, long hours, and unsafe conditions, and little to no job security. And whereas most domestic workers do not have access to health insurance, paid sick leave, or severance pay, and face limited protections against discrimination or exploitation in the workplace, while also encountering barriers to economic security and equitable treatment. And whereas organizations and advocates across South Florida and the nation continue to uplift the voices of domestic workers, promote fair labor standards, and fight for the dignity and the rights of those who care for our families and our homes, and recognizing June 16th as Domestic Workers' Day is an opportunity for the city of Pembroke Pines to honor their contributions and stand in solidarity with efforts to ensure their rights, safety, and well-being.
Now therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, Mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines, on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim June 16th, 2025 as Domestic Workers' Day in the City of Pembroke Pines and encourage all residents to recognize and appreciate the dignity, labor, humanity, and of domestic workers in our community, and to support policies and practices that ensure fairness, safety, and opportunity for all workers. Congratulations. Fantastic. They have, and my understanding is they have a presentation? Okay. You can make it, is it it's just a video? Okay. Hold on. You're on.
Hi, everybody. I used to be a school teacher, so we're going to have a quiz after this. I'm kidding. Good evening, everyone. My name is Isabela Oces. I proudly serve as the Latino Constituency Director at Florida Rising. I am a proud resident of Pembroke Pines, and I am, most importantly, the daughter, niece, and granddaughter of a domestic worker. Tonight, I speak as someone whose life was shaped, nurtured, and uplifted by the hardworking women in my family who gave everything to care for others. They gave their time, energy, labor, love, and care to families that weren't even their own, often while their own families made sacrifices in their absence. On behalf of Florida Rising, Semillas Colombia, and Women Working Together, we want to express our deepest gratitude to this commission, our mayor, our vice mayor, and especially to Commissioner Maria Rodriguez for your bold leadership and commitment to justice. From today on, June 16th will now officially be recognized as Domestic Workers' Day in my city, the city of Pembroke Pines. Woo! Let's take a moment to reflect on what this means, right? This is not just a date on the calendar of our city. This is a declaration of dignity. Domestic workers are often unseen, but their impact is everywhere. Domestic workers make all other work possible. They clean, they cook, they care, often without sick days, without job security, and far too often without recognition or fair wages. You entrust domestic workers with the most precious parts of your life, your homes, your children, your aging parents, and yet their labor has too often been devalued, informal, and unprotected. By passing this proclamation, Pembroke Pines is leading by example. We are saying loud and clear, your work matters. We see your labor. We are with you. We still have work to do to ensure better pay, labor protections, and respect, but today we celebrate this meaningful step forward. This proclamation is not the end, so be ready because it is the beginning of a more just, more human, and more compassionate city. A city that chooses to recognize and uplift the people who hold up so many others. To all domestic workers listening today, this is for you, and this is because of you. So from the bottom of my heart, and on behalf of the many voices I represent, thank you for standing with my abuelita, with mi tías, y con mi mami. Let's make June 16th not only a day of celebration, but a day of continued commitment to justice and visibility and care. So now you're gonna ask, where is the data? I got it for you. Okay, so in Florida, okay, we're starting from there? Let's go. We can go down if you want. Perfect. So data-wise, right now in the state of Florida, we have 106,437 domestic workers, and they play a significant role in our local economy. We are the spine. We make everything run smoothly. People take care of children while everybody else goes to work. Then we can go to the next one. Miami and Broward County account for half of the state domestic workforce. So the majority of people who practice domestic work live here. We represent about 10% of Florida's total workforce, and 94% of us happen to be women. Thank you. We can go down. So what is the economic impact of domestic workers, right? By supporting care for older adults, people with disabilities, home care domestic work, it allows individuals like you and I to continue participating in the economy of our city. It is a rapidly growing sector with over 2 million workers nationwide. And we also have to talk about unpaid domestic work, right? That many of us do at home. Go next. So why is a proclamation important? We have to make domestic work visible. It helps recognize the value of the work of domestic workers, and it can also shift societal perceptions and improve the conditions of domestic workers in the labor force and push for a more dignified quality of life. So what happens in our city? Pembroke Pines, we know, is a diverse, dynamic, and multicultural city. Recognizing the contributions of people like my grandmother is also a celebration of the human richness of our community. And we want to build bridges of empathy among sectors while different, always complement each other. And then we want to send a clear message of ethical leadership, right? In Pembroke Pines, we're a pioneering city in the state of Florida. We see the news. I love living here. It is a gesture of moral leadership that can inspire other communities and set a precedence for our responsibility, not only as leadership, but as citizens and the shared humanity of our residents. And then we want to help push promote inclusive public policies. And recognition like this, while symbolic, can serve as a foundation for initiatives in the future and passing of local public policy. So domestic workers make all other work possible. Like I said before, you entrust domestic workers with what you care about and love the most. And so to end, domestic work is not just a job, right? It is an act of care, of community building, of humanity. And honoring this work is a way to honor the values that sustain our city, our families, our respect, diversity, and justice. So I want to thank everybody for giving us this recognition, for telling people like Eda que tu trabajo importa, que muchas gracias por la labor que hacen, and thank you all for giving me a little bit of time to talk. I appreciate
Thank you
all.
very,
Thank
very
you.
much for that beautiful presentation. Thank you very, very much. And Commissioner Good, if you join me one more time, having requested this item. This is a proclamation of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, declaring National Women's Veterans Recognition Day. And I'm going to ask my colleague, Commissioner Tom Good, who is a veteran, if he could please read the whereas clause.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we invite the women veterans down, Joy and America? And are there other women veterans that want to come and join us? Come on over. So thank you. Thank you for your service, too, very much. Thank you. Thank you. So this is National Women's Veterans Recognition Day. Whereas American veterans, including the courageous women of the United States Armed Forces, have served our nation with honor during both peace and wartime, safeguarding our freedoms and continuing to contribute meaningfully to our communities. And whereas women have played vital roles in every conflict throughout U.S. history, serving in combat, medical, and command roles, efforts which were formally recognized and advanced by the passage of the Women's Armed Services Integration Act in 1948. And whereas this landmark legislation, introduced by Senator Margaret Chase Smith and signed into law by President Harry S. Truman, enabled women to serve as permanent, regular members of the military, paving the way for their full integration and career advancements within the armed forces. And whereas the state of Florida is home to approximately 160,000 women veterans, including many residing in the city of Pembroke Pines, whose service continues to enrich our state and local communities and whose dedication deserves recognition and appreciation.
Now, therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, Mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines, along with the City Commissioners, do hereby proclaim June 12th, 2025 as National Women's Veterans Recognition Day in the City of Pembroke Pines and encourage all residents to honor and thank our women veterans for their service, sacrifice, and lasting impact on our nation. Congratulations, and thank you for your service.
Sure, why not? Well, they didn't tell me I get to say something, so this is going to kind of be off the cuff, but that doesn't stop me. I'm the president currently of the Broward Veterans Coalition, and when I served in the Women's Army Corps. So I was in a segregated portion of the Army, and then I was also part of history where I was got to be in the regular Army. I was part of that transition in 1978. But it happened a little bit before that. The guys didn't want us. They really didn't. They didn't want us there. And it was a tough road. But women have persevered, and we are leading today and still moving forward for our veterans. And anybody who's a veteran, we're going to have a function over in Weston. We have an annual resource and benefits fair, and we get out all sorts of information to you. We have regular meetings, and we would love you to attend. That's BrowardVeteransCoalition.org.
Thank you so very, very much. Thank you so very much. Thank you for your service. I'm going to do Marty first. Okay. Next up is our amazing property appraiser in Broward County, Marty Kerr, who stopped by he comes every year and provides us with important information. And thank you, Marty, for all that you do and that you have done and will do for Broward County. We love you, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I love you too. And I also want to thank you for the great work that you do on behalf of the people of Pembroke Pines. We've been friends for a long time, and I love seeing you as the mayor. And I want to thank also all of your colleagues. Everybody up here is a dear friend of mine, and I have to tell you, Pembroke Pines is very special to me. I've lived in Broward County my entire life, but the first place I ever lived, my parents brought me back from the hospital, was in Pembroke Pines. And I even went to Pasadena Lakes Elementary School for a little bit of time. And to see where Pembroke Pines has come, from when I first lived here as a baby in 1977 to where it is now, which is the second largest city and one of the biggest economic engines in Broward County, is pretty incredible. And the one thing I know about Pembroke Pines, I've never met somebody that lives here that dislikes living here. And so thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, for your great work, and everybody for the great work that you all do. I also want to thank your awesome staff. As you know, there is no city manager with a more depth of knowledge than Charlie Dodge. I think Charlie has done just an incredible job, and I see his name all the time because my daughter's in competitive cheer, and we always are over at the Dodge Center while she competes. And you also have, without a doubt, one of the best legal minds I've ever met in my life. I've always found if you ever want free legal advice, just call Sam Gorin. It's the best way to get it. But he is just a great guy. And with that said, Mr. Mayor, I promise I won't take up too much of your time. What I was hoping to just quickly talk about was first, just for the residents, what we do and how we can help them. I also want to talk about property values because we just released our June 1st estimates of value for this year that you're going to use to set your millage rate on to determine the amount of money that you need to operate for the people of Pembroke Pines. And once again, as you'll see, values rose. And I wanted to talk about something I always talk about that's near and dear to my heart that I'm very passionate about, and is cracking down on title fraud. But first, for the residents, there are three main functions to our office. The first function is we determine the value of every piece of property in Broward County for tax purposes, whether it's residential, commercial, tangible personal property, or essentially assessed property, which are railroads. And the reason that's important is when people pay their property taxes, the amount of taxes they pay is the relationship between the value of the property that we set and the tax rate set by you all, the county commission, the school board, and all other taxing authorities. So the most important thing we want to do is just make sure we get it right. And as you know, Broward County is a huge place. More people live here than 13 states, the District of Columbia, and all U.S. territories except Puerto Rico. That's how big it is. And we appraise more parcels than exist in many states. And even though the people in our office do a very good job and their assessments are very accurate, mistakes can occur, or maybe people have information about their property that we don't have that could help us bring down their market value, which could bring down their assessed value, which could bring down their property taxes. So I always tell everybody, go on our website at bcpa.net, look at your property, and if you have any concerns with the value of your property, just call me by September 17th, email me, come to us, or we'll even come to you. We'll go through it together. And if we can use information to bring down your assessed value, we're always going to do it. The second that we do, and this is what I love most about my job, is we give tax saving exemptions to people that qualify. And there are a lot of exemptions under Florida law that people qualify for. You have the homestead exemption, which is so very important. It basically says that if this is your primary residence, you get that exemption, which saves you about $1,000 in your taxes at first, but it really protects you going forward because every year after you have it, the value of your tax line cannot go up more than a maximum of 3%. It keeps your assessed value manageable so it won't skyrocket with your market value. And once you get that, there are senior exemptions, veterans exemptions, widows exemptions, disability exemptions. There's a lot of ways to save money in your property taxes. So I always tell everybody, go on our website at bcpa.net, look at exemptions, and if there's something you're not getting, just contact us by September 17th and we'll apply it to your tax bill. The other thing I wanted to quickly talk about, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, is basically where Pembroke Pines is right now when it comes to property values. As I said just before, values increased again this year, and that's because there's been a lot of new construction, and also people are paying more money, especially for single-family homes, than they were the year before. And so to give you an idea, the first value I want to talk about is not what you set your millage rate on, but just an interesting value. If you took all of the commercial and residential value in Pembroke Pines and you sold it on the open market, in 2024, last year, you would have got right about $32 billion. Fast forward just this year, there's been a 5.66% increase in market value to right about $34 billion. That's a pretty hefty increase, especially during a time where there's not as many sales, but people are still paying more for property. When it comes to the taxable value, that's the value that you're going to utilize. You're going to set your millage rate on to determine the amount of money that you need to provide great services to the people of Pembroke Pines. And in 2024, the taxable value was right about $18.7 billion. Fast forward to this year, there's been a 6.29% increase in taxable value to about $19.911 billion. And so what that means, your current operating millage rate is right about 5.6690. If you keep that the same, you'll get an additional $6.6 million more this year than last year in revenue to provide great services to the people of Pembroke Pines. And what's very interesting about that number is the vast majority of residents here in Pembroke Pines are homesteaded. and the value they're taxed on can't go more than 3%. So the bulk of that additional revenue is being paid for by new construction and people moving into Pembroke Pines and paying top dollar for properties. There was about $92.4 million of new taxable value added to the tax roll, the largest being, I think, right here at 10120 City Center Boulevard. We added about $16 million, and it's an assisted living facility that was put on the tax roll. And the second being an addition to Finger Lickin' Restaurant, which put about 8,900 square feet onto the tax roll for about $2.2 million. There are 41,000 homesteaded properties here in Pembroke Pines. You have 4,025 low-income seniors who get the value of a senior exemption. They save money. You have 354 long-term seniors that pay no property taxes to Pembroke Pines or the county commission. And I just want to thank you so much for that, because that's an exemption that you have to adopt, and not every city has adopted it, but you all did. You had the foresight to basically say, you know what, there's a senior that's really struggling to make ends meet. They qualify, and they shouldn't have to pay property taxes. It's a really great thing. I hope that every single city that hasn't adopted it follows your lead and adopts that excellent exemption, because it really helps some of our most needy and vulnerable residents. You also have 1,265 American Hero veterans who receive an exemption, and out of that, there's actually 587 that are totally permanently disabled veterans that pay no property taxes to Pembroke Pines or any taxing authority. You also have 10 American Hero first responders who have made Pembroke Pines their home that are disabled, that pay no property taxes as well. Currently, there have been 318 sales this year in Pembroke Pines of single-family homes, and the average sale price of a single-family home is right about $706,313, about $10,000 more than last year. The other thing that's very interesting about that, though, is the average taxable value is right about $303,000, which, as you can see, is much lower than the sale price. That's because most of the people that live here in Pembroke Pines, they love it. They don't want to leave. They come here, they file for homestead, they get the benefit of that 3% cap, so their assessed value stays low. And so even though their market value is much, much higher because of these sales, their value that they're taxed on is capped, and that's a really great thing. When it comes to condominium parcels, that's one area that we did see in Pembroke Pines where there's been a slight dip when it comes to the actual sale price. So to give you an idea, when it comes to condominiums, in 2024, the average sale price for a condominium parcel was right about $237,000. Fast forward to this year, there's been a slight decrease to about $218,000, and really where I see that is in Century Village. To give you an idea, there's been about 300 condominium units that have sold, about 100 in Century Village, and in the Century Village condominium units, there's been about a 4% decrease in their sale price. I believe a lot of that has to do with the fact that their reserves had to be pretty significant as a result of the Surfside bill that was passed a few years ago. But what I am hoping is the legislature just passed some relief, and I'm hoping that that relief that they passed will help once again spur the condo market in Century Village and Hollybrook and other areas that would qualify. And so I think that's very, very important. The other thing I wanted to quickly talk about, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, is something I always talk about because it's very near and dear to my heart, and because it's a pandemic, it's an epidemic, I guess you can say, and a really terrible epidemic that really hurts some of our most vulnerable people, and it's title fraud. As I always say, South Florida is the title fraud capital of the world. It's the capital of the world because you have criminals, and that's what they are. And what they do is they walk into the recording divisions every single day in the state of Florida. They file fake deeds on people's properties, and they take those deeds and they extort people for money, or they mortgage, rent, or sell the property. They do it all the time. And as you know, the reason it's so easy for them is every recording division has a ministerial duty. They have to accept whatever documents filed with them. So you have these criminals, they walk in, they file a fake deed, and they do something nefarious with it. So the first thing we want to do is give the people of Broward County the opportunity to fight the fraud before the fraud occurs. So in 2021, we came up with a great program called Owner Alert. As you know, it's a free notification program letting people know if somebody changed the title on their property. And here's how they can sign up. They go to our website at bcpa.net, they type in their name, they type in their email address, and they type in their parcel ID number. If we have their email address on file, that's because we had it with an exemption application. They're automatically verified. If not, they have to upload their Florida driver's license or Florida ID. If they don't have that, they have to upload a utility bill or something showing that they own the property. And then if any document, legitimate or not, is filed changing ownership, they'll be notified instantaneously by email, by text message. They can even get a hard copy in the mail. What I'm very, very proud about is right here in Pembroke Pines, because of your assistance and your wonderful city's assistance, 50% of all of your homesteaded property owners have signed up for our Owner Alert program, and a significant amount of your non-homesteaded property owners have signed up as well. And my goal, though, is to get everybody to sign up in Broward County because they're to protect their most important asset, their home. And something that's very important to note for everybody that hasn't signed up, The information that we collect for your owner alert program is exempt from disclosure under the law. The legislature passed a fantastic law that all Democrats, all Republicans voted for, and the governor enthusiastically signed, that basically said that any information we collect, your email, your phone number, your address, even the fact that you signed up, that's exempt from public disclosure, so your alert can only come out one way and one way only, and that's to let you know if there has been a title change to your property. So I hope if anybody hasn't signed up, please sign up. It's there to protect your most important asset, your home. And when I started this program in 2021, I started getting lots of calls from residents. And they would say, Marty, I just got an alert from your office that somebody changed the title on my property, but I didn't do it. And then I got more and more and more, and I realized how big of a deal it was. So I came up with a different idea. I wanted to work with law enforcement, build criminal cases, and put the people in jail who are doing this. So I got the approval from the state of Florida to be able to do it. I decided to name it my Crimes Against Property team. I got the county commission to be great funders of it and big supporters of it to give me the money that I needed to have it. Sheriff Tony, who's a very good friend of mine, partnered with us as well and has provided us 3 sheriff's detectives to work with our office so we can do the job of law enforcement. And Harold Pryor's been a really fantastic partner. He assigned an assistant state attorney to prosecute the people that we bring to him. And over the past few years, we've had more than 500 criminal investigations. We've had numerous arrests, numerous convictions, and we've been able to work with the court system to get property back to people in a much more expeditious and cost-efficient manner. And we work with every city police force as well, and Pembroke Pines, because it's such a big city, we've had a number of different criminal investigations and arrests and convictions as a result of property stolen in Pembroke Pines. But your police chief, your officers, Pembroke Pines they've been fantastic partners with our office as we've been cracking down on the people that have been doing this. And people ask me all the time, they ask me kind of 4 things. They say, Marty, who are the people that do this? What kind of technology do they use? Who do they target, and what kind of prison sentences are the people getting that are convicted? Well, I have a few stories, one story on each of those that kind of illustrates each one of those questions, but also shows how prevalent this is and the extent that criminals will go to try to defraud people of their property. With regard to the first question, who does it? We found it's just about everybody. We found all races, religions, national origins, people of all different income levels, educational backgrounds. Everybody does it. And to give you an idea, just over this last summer, we even arrested a lawyer who was allegedly helping people steal properties in Cooper City. So lots of people do it. The one common denominator is they are very, very, very smart people, and they try to pick on the people they think they can best get away with it. So that's the way I always answer that. The second that people ask me is, what kind of technology do they use? Well, generally their technology is very primitive. Somebody walks into the recording division, they file a fake deed. They get a courier to file a fake deed. We even had a person on death row in Georgia who had a courier file a fake deed on homes in Broward County. We didn't prosecute him because he had other problems going on over there, but it shows how easy it is. But their technology is actually getting much more sophisticated. We have an ongoing criminal investigation right now that really shows how evolving this crime is. There was a title company that got a phone call from a lady. And she said, you know what, I own this property in Hollandale Beach. It's a vacant lot, and I've had it my entire life. But you know what? My kids, they live in Michigan. They have grandkids there as well, and it's time for me to move up there and be with them and enjoy my golden years. But for me to be able to move there, I really need to sell my nest egg, this parcel in Hollandale Beach. And the title company said, of course we'll handle it for you, and we'll get it sold for you, but show us you own it. So she sent over a wonderful-looking passport, a wonderful-looking photo ID of her driver's license, other information showing that she owned the property, but they were very smart, and they said, we have to meet you in person. And she said, well, I can't meet you in person, but I can do it over Zoom. And they said, great. So the Zoom meeting opens up, and there was a sweet senior sitting at a dining room table drinking coffee or tea, one or the other. And she's sitting there talking about how much she loves her grandkids, how she can't wait to move to Michigan, how she's so excited to retire. But it just so happened that as she was talking, every 30 seconds there was a little bit of a glitch where she would go like this. But it was the same thing that made the title company very concerned that something weird was happening here. So they contacted our office, we launched an investigation, and it turned out that sweet lady sitting at a dining room table drinking coffee or tea was artificial intelligence. So they are getting very, very sophisticated. The other thing people ask me is, who do they target? Well, we found they target everybody. We've had people with mega-million-dollar homes being targeted, and we've had people that are very low-income people be targeted. We've had people with disabilities, with seniors. We've had all kinds of different people targeted. But the majority of people targeted are really our most vulnerable. They're seniors, low-income people. They are people with disabilities. They actually love to target people that don't speak English as their first language because they always try to target the people they think they can best get away with it. And there's one case that I have that's really my guiding light, why I'm so passionate about this, because the most disabled person you can imagine was the one targeted, and it really illustrates what these people will do to try to hurt somebody. Let me tell you about the two people involved. The victim was about as disabled and as vulnerable as they come. He was a senior who had the mentality of a 6-year-old that he had his entire life. The defendant that we arrested, and she'll have her day in court, she hasn't yet been convicted, but I believe she will be, was a Miami-Dade law enforcement officer. And that's what makes me so upset about this issue, is you have a person that is so vulnerable that deserves to be protected, and the person that's supposed to be protecting him is the one that's actually defrauding him. And here's what allegedly occurred. The disabled gentleman lived with his parents. They were his caregivers in Miramar, just basically your neighboring city. And he lived with them his entire life. They passed on. And when they passed on, they left their home to their daughter, his sister, who then became his caregiver. She then passed on. And when she passed on, that's when his neighbor 2 doors down allegedly did what she did. The first thing she allegedly did was make a fake power of attorney so that she could make all the decisions for him financially. She used that fake power of attorney to allegedly open up a fake bank account that was getting all kinds of money from his Social Security into that bank account that she was using for herself. She then decided to allegedly open up a probate estate in Broward County Circuit Court to try to get everything from the sister into his name. She used that power of attorney to do it. It went through the court system, the judge signed the order, and everything went into his name, including the house. She then, the first thing she did was sign over his home to her. She then started renting out the home. She started to try to take a mortgage out on the home. She was trying to get lots of other money that was coming in through his Social Security and all the other assets. She got away with that for some time, and so then she decided to do something else. She opened up a life insurance policy in his name, making herself the beneficiary. He then passed away, and she received that money. It just so happened, though, that while this was occurring, Miami-Dade had an internal affairs investigation into some of her other actions, and they couldn't understand how she all of a sudden had all these assets, a new house, all kinds of money she didn't have before, and so they actually sent it down to us. We investigated it. She was arrested. She'll have her day in court. I believe the evidence is overwhelming, but she will definitely, but of course you're innocent until proven guilty, but I think she will be proven guilty when it does go to trial. The last thing that people ask me is what kind of prison sentences are people getting? Well, they're getting pretty large. And let me give you 2 fast examples. One case that I talk about a lot, we had a prison, a person went to jail recently, was a case I've spoken about before. There were a number of people that decided to use the court system to steal people's properties. The ringleader would file quiet title actions in circuit court, basically lawsuits in circuit court, saying this senior, or this bank, or this person no longer wanted the property. The return of service would go to the guy's buddy who was in a mobile home in Hillsborough County, and he would say, oh yeah, I represent that senior, that bank, that person. Yeah, they don't want the property anymore. Put in this guy's name or his company's name. They stole dozens of properties throughout Broward County. Fortunately, the ringleader was found guilty recently. He was sentenced to 8 years in state prison, followed by 10 years probation. If he violates his probation, he goes to jail for life. And a minor co-conspirator, I thought this was kind of interesting, was found guilty. She was only given 10 years probation, but she was also ordered deported to her home country of Moldova, which is a very cold Eastern European country, and she can never return to the United States. Another very recent conviction that we had involved the jury trial. And there was a man who was convicted of stealing seniors' homes in Tamarack. And he was convicted very recently by a jury of his peers. And as soon as the jury found him guilty, he walked up to the judge, to the bench, and he goes, Your Honor, I was just found guilty. When do I come back for my sentencing hearing? And Judge Odom says, well, it's actually right now. And he gave him 15 years in state prison with a 10-year minimum mandatory. So I wanted to bring those up because the prison sentences are getting very, very long, and they should be. Because the people that do this, they target vulnerable people, and they steal our most important assets. And I love talking about this everywhere because I want everybody out there to know if there's anybody that hears me talk and is watching this, that's thinking about doing this, if you do it, you may get away with it, but if we get you, you're going to go to jail for a long time. With that said, I can go on and on and on, Mr. Mayor. I just appreciate y'all having me, and I have to tell you before I go, I also loved your proclamations. They were so heartfelt, so warming. It started, of course, with the young girl that did a great job singing the national anthem, and to see the young lady that's 100, that was so touching, and I just love the fact that I got to witness that. So thank you all for doing that.
Well, thank you so very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're a beloved person in our county, and you've served us for a very, very long time, and we look forward to You're every success story, so thank you so very much for being with us. Commissioners, anything for the property appraiser?
I just want to say one thing. You know, your owner alert program and the way that you've instituted the program has been received incredibly well. Almost everybody that I talk to, when they know about the program and they sign up to the program, they almost turn around and say, you know, I have a peace of mind because they know Marty Kiar is on watch and he's looking for anybody who's going to be messing with their home. And that's very, very important, though. But for these people to actually say that that program actually gives them a peace of mind is a very good success story for the programming that you've done. So thank you again for doing that.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for the great work you do. And, you know, I'm exceptionally proud of our Owner Alert program, but the reason it's been so successful is because we've had just fantastic partners in Pembroke Pines and the other 30 cities. Because, you know, as you know, when you serve in public office, there's a lot you can do, but sometimes the difficulty is reaching everybody. But there is no people with more of a reach to their constituency than the local elected officials. And the reason we have 50% of all of the homesteaded property owners here in Pembroke Pines that have signed up is because you all have been just such great partners in helping us publicize it. The city has as well. I mean, you all allow us to come to a few places every single month where we're here, no matter what, where people are signing up. You've just been great partners, and that's really the only reason it's been as successful as it is. So thank you for that.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it. Oh,
Thank you again.
One comment,
yes.
if I could. I wanted to
Vice
thank
Mayor?
you, Marty, for coming out to Century Village and call him out by name, Michael Albetta, for what he has done with several of my residents that did not realize that they qualified for certain exemptions, especially some residents who were chronically ill. So I did want to thank you for that. By the way, the Century Village Temple wants you to speak to them on a Sunday, so I need to call you. Just putting that on your radar. Thank you.
I would be honored. And Mike, I also want to thank you as well because, as you know, we have a pretty aggressive outreach department. It's our mobile exemption education. Michael Albetta is a part of it. And this year they'll go to about 1,500 events because we like to kind of go where the people go. And where you all allow us to go to a number of different city halls, which is very helpful. We also been getting into Publixes. And we, of course, are in a Publix in Pembroke Pines because you got us in there. And so thank you very, very much. I cannot tell you the amount of people we've been able to help there.
Weren't we working on Walmart?
Yes,
Yeah.
Walmart's as well. So actually right now we're in Publix's, Walmart's, Lowe's, and a few others, and I just find that to be really fantastic because, you know, it's almost like we're kind of like the Girl Scouts. We're there, our table is set up, and people sit down with us, and we sign them up, and it's just awesome. So thank you, Mike. I really appreciate it, and thank you for what you do as
Anyone
well.
else? Commissioner Schwartz?
Mayor,
Hey, Jay.
how are you, sir?
I'm
It's
doing
good to see you.
It's good to see you, too.
Two things. We haven't seen each other, but I had a constituent who became widowed, and his wife handled all the affairs. So the next year, the property, the envelope comes, doesn't know what to do with it, inadvertently lost the exemption. I contacted your office. Within 2 weeks, not only was the exemption put back in place, but I think it was in excess of $8,000 in property tax that he had paid was returned. He was in shock.
Oh,
so
thank you.
For that, I just want to thank your staff.
Oh, thank you, Jay. And if I could just add, I want to thank you as well because it's kind of like I said just before, there's so much we can do to help people, but the difficulty is reaching everybody, and we would never have been able to help that person going through the time that she was going through if you didn't take the time to send her our way. So thank you for that.
Well, secondly, we always encourage our residents to go out and vote, protect your vote. Perhaps you and the supervisor of elections could tag team, protect your vote, protect your property, and this way when they're doing a registration drive, right, new to Broward County, you can combine the protect the house, welcome to the neighborhood type of thing. just a suggestion.
It's a great idea, and actually for a couple reasons. One, when people register to vote, they can also, like you said, they can protect their house. But let's say, for example, they don't have a homestead exemption. One thing we like to look at is, are they a voter? Because it shows that it's their primary residence where their driver's license is to. And so you're right. If we go out with Joe Scott's office and somebody registers to vote, maybe they just bought a home, we can actually sign them up for a homestead exemption at the same time. So they get to vote and they get to save money. It's a great idea. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Thank you so much for all the information, and thank you for presenting also at the League of Cities event recently. There you talked a little bit about what's going on at the state legislature. I was wondering if you could present a small bit, because I know the legislation is endlessly changing, and we don't even, we haven't even honed in on a budget yet, but if you have any kind of insight as to how it may affect cities like Pembroke Pines with the legislation they've put forth. Affecting property taxes, of course.
No, of course, that's a great question, and thank you for your service, Maria. I was very proud when you got elected. Just like everybody here, you worked so hard, walked to so many doors, and really earned it. I think it's really just wonderful, and I love the fact that you brought, the really nice people here that from, I think it's Rising, Florida Rising, and I think it's amazing that 50% of all home workers live here in Broward and Miami-Dade. That's an incredible number. That really is. But no, you're right. As you know, there is a lot of conversation in Tallahassee with regard to property tax relief. And just a little history, it kind of started, a number of months ago when there was a tweet and Governor DeSantis retweeted something that said eliminate property taxes. And it kind of started a big conversation in Tallahassee as to what they should do with regard to property taxes. And it was interesting watching the session this time. The governor had advocated for the elimination of property taxes. The House Speaker advocated for the reduction of the sales tax from 6 to 5.25%. And the Senate President at the time advocated for a study on the elimination of homesteaded property taxes and what that would do. So it doesn't look like anything is going to pass. And it passed this year, of course, because it's over. The budget's just about to be finalized. But the House Speaker did put together a select committee with regard to studying something to put on the ballot. And it looks like what they all seem to be focused on is homesteaded property taxes at this time. I haven't seen anything new with regard to commercial property taxes or commercial assessed values. And so there are a number of different proposals that were put out there. One, the Speaker looked at a $500,000 homestead exemption. We did run the numbers on that. And what was interesting about that is if that were to pass, yes, people would save a lot of money in their taxes, but conversely, a significant amount of the revenue that you all collect would go away. For example, the county commission would lose about 30% of its revenue, and the cities would lose a greater portion. I think, if I remember, Cooper City was about 60% of its revenue, which is a big number. So I do believe that something will be put on the ballot in November of 2026. It just depends on how big it's going to be and what they're going to target. And, I think one thing that would make it very hard, you can't really eliminate property taxes without replacing it with something else. There's about $55 billion of property taxes are collected statewide throughout the state of Florida. And those $55 billion fund your most important services, your police, your fire. It funds all your entire general fund is funded through ad valorem property taxes. And so if you were to eliminate everything, you would have to increase the sales tax to possibly 12%, 13%, or they would have to put an income tax on the ballot. I don't think any of that is on the table. So I do believe that they may put something on the ballot that's more targeted towards targeted relief so that people can continue to be able to function as a government, but maybe provide people some opportunities. And I'll just give you one example of one proposal that Marie Woodson has. Marie Woodson is one of my most favorite state representatives on the face of the earth. I think she has a portion of Pembroke Pines.
Yes.
And she's on the select committee, it's a 37-member committee that's actually looking at property tax relief. And a proposal that she's proposing, that she's bringing to them, is to give targeted relief where it's needed. And it's really needed with first-time home buyers. They're the ones that really see the big increases in property taxes. Because if you've been in your property for a long time, you're protected by the Save Our Homes assessment cap, so your taxable value is much, much lower than your market value. But somebody that's never owned a home before, they buy a property, they pay at the top values. They have very large increases in their taxes. So one thing that she's proposing, for example, is a supersized homestead exemption for a first-time homeowner that basically says that the first year you would get a 30% reduction of your market value up to $250,000. That would start you at a pretty big chunk that you would have some relief. And what's neat about her proposal is it's not revenue neutral, but the cities and the counties wouldn't lose any money. And the reason being is because the person that buys the property is probably buying it from a person like me or yourself that have been in their homes for a long time. And because they're getting that exemption, I guess they won't be paying less than what we paid for ours, if that makes sense. So the cities won't be getting additional revenue, they just won't lose any revenue. I think something like that is very targeted. It could actually help the people that really need it and also do it in a way that doesn't handicap local governments from being able to operate in a way that they need to for the people. And so I think there may be some things on the ballot in 26. I'm just hoping that whatever they put on there is targeted, that helps the people that it needs to help, and also gives our cities and our counties and our schools the ability to continue operating in the way that they need to make this the best place, the best state to live in the country. I hope
Mr.
that helps
Property
answer it.
Appraiser, again, thank you so very much for your very comprehensive presentation. And we always look forward to seeing you, and thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now we have the District 1 and 4 Natalie Belmonte Great Yards Award. Commissioners, if you'll join me.
I'd like to invite the Graham family and the Mirabelli family down to the podium.
How you doing? Right ahead.
So while I'm queuing this up, Mayor.
Yes.
Mirabelli family from District 4.
Okay.
But we will get this one
into
queued up.
them.
Yep. So Mayor, if you look at the screen right now, this was from last month. They weren't able to attend, but you can see this is in District 4. This is the Mirabelli family. It's just a beautiful house. They did a phenomenal job, bromeliads and a bunch of different material in here. This is over in District 4 in the Encantada neighborhood. And then we have the Graham family. And again, I mean, just going above and beyond. So, I know it, Commissioner, but we're just so fortunate. Everybody, they put this time into their yard, and just it really reflects on our community. So we're really proud.
Well, that's wonderful. So what's your secret to this beautiful yard? What's the secret?
Just hard work,
Hard work.
lots of money.
He's the one that does it.
So who gets the $50? You or you? I think Home Depot ends up with it in the long run, but congratulations, beautiful home.
Touching the hands of greatness.
Let's take a photo.
Please, wonderful.
And our code enforcement does a great job. The one time everyone wants to go to Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
So, Mayor, in August we'll have our District 2 and our District 3 winners, since we're not meeting in the month of July. So we'll have 2 more next month.
Are the representatives from the drainage districts here? Oh, okay. If you can come forward. So we're getting into hurricane season, everybody. And in preparedness, I asked representatives from the South Broward Drainage District and also from the South Florida Water Management District to give us an update on where we stand and where they stand in terms of preparedness and how we can work together to get through this hurricane season. So If you could state your name and affiliation, and we'll begin the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Julio Tejeda with South Florida Water Management District. I handle their external affairs. It's basically just their communications between you guys, the local government level, county level, with our district.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. So like I said, good evening, basically, Mayor and Commissioners, City Mayor, City Manager as well. So let's begin with a little bit of background, a little bit of history, why we are here. So in 1926 and 1928, we had two devastating hurricanes. So that was the Great Miami Hurricane and the Lake Okeechobee Hurricane. These hurricanes caused a great deal of devastation, caused the dikes around the lake to basically break, and that water flowed south, causing great deaths. About over 2,000 deaths happened during that time frame. Lots of devastation to crops, housing, multiple damages on that. So due to this, the Army Corps of Engineers decided to work on the largest infrastructure project of the time. This was the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control and the Hoover Dike. So in that history, so in 1949, this new system needed to be maintained. There needed to be some sort of an agency to take care of this system afterwards, operate it, manage it, once the Army Corps developed it. So in 1949, the legislature brought into existence the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control District. This was tasked to basically operate this new system and improve it over time. A little bit later on in 1972, those duties were greatly expanded, allowing us to do a little bit more work and basically be able to manage that. Along with that, there was a definite need to put a little more flood control into the rest of Florida. So there was 5 additional drainage districts created, so water management districts. So 1977, that's the big day. That's when we officially got renamed from Central and Southern Florida Control District to South Florida Water Management District. Who we are today, we manage 18,000 square miles. That's 31% of the state's total land area and 16 counties overall. So here we go. So here is our governing board. This governing board basically dictates how we operate, what we do, and basically how we can help during flood times and how we keep everything operating on all those times. These guys are appointed by the governor, and they come from a little bit of different walks. Some of them are former military, some of them are landowners, some of them come from the environmental realm. So a little bit going back here, so we have 2,000 plus miles of levees and berms that we manage, 900, upwards of 900 flood control infrastructure, so that would be structures, and 89 of those would be pump stations. So you can see here a little bit of difference, how the berms, we have monitoring stations, and how those structures operate overall. So to get a little more technical background, so we have what are called gated structures. These structures only allow water to move to gravity. So basically, as that tide comes down, water within the canal, as it's rising, we are able to release it. Once that sea level starts to come up, like we're having a little bit of sea level rise every year, that potential of water release we're losing it. We're not able to release as much as we were able to back when the original structure was created. We're currently working on upgrading a lot of these coastal structures, which are currently operating as gated structures through gravity alone, into pump stations. This allows us to move water through gravity still, but to regain that capacity that we've lost, we are adding some pumps to that. So those are the 2 main type of structures that we operate. Some of those gated structures are being upgraded to pump stations. That does not mean that we are going to move more water, increase that capacity of release. It is only to regain what has been lost over the years. So we like to refer to flood control as a little bit of a partnership. So we have your local drains. That would be your swales, that would be your storm drains. That is all at the local level. That is the first basically infrastructure that the rain hits as soon as it hits the ground, basically. That is your main flood control operation. From there, it would move to either a drainage district or a county level canal, which are your smaller canals that you'll see along the streets. They're smaller, capable of moving, smaller amounts of water out of the neighborhood, and then they move into the primary system, which is the first tier system, which is what we operate. These are your main canals that flow west to east, moving the large volume of water and creating that flood control capability. We like to say that everything needs to move together. Your local drainage, your neighborhood drains need to stay clean. The secondary system those culverts need to stay clean so that water can move. If not, these things to start to back up. We at South Florida Water Management District, that primary canal system is always ready to take on water. We're currently and constantly doing maintenance on that system, making sure there's no blockages and that we're ready to accept that water coming from you guys. So let's give you a little bit of background in what we do whenever there is a storm coming or a heavy rain event coming like we've had just recently. Realistically, we have a meteorologist at our headquarters in West Palm Beach that monitors water and storm that's about to drop on the district overall, any of these 16 counties, and our water managers, which observed the whole operations, are able to gauge what levels our canals are at. Are they at their low stage, at their high state? Every single canal has different peaks and different levels. As you may know, Florida has different levels and elevations. We had original, those streams, which were where the canals currently lie. So 42 hours to 48 hours, we start that drawdown. We start to move that water down. As I mentioned, due to the sea level rise, we've had a bit of a wrench thrown in that works because we've had to start drawing down a little bit earlier just to be able to get the proper capacity out of those canals. Now, flood control. Flood control is a little bit complicated when it comes to when we get a report of flooding. A lot of the flooding concerns that we receive, we get residents calling, different, municipalities calling, hey, we're having flooding, we're having water backup, and then we send a team out there and we see, hey, the street's flooded out, your swales are flooded out, water's backing up into the streets. Realistically, how we see it at our level, since we handle the main large primary system, we see this as a good location for the water to be held. It might not be great because residents can't move around as much, but this is basically where the water moves. Those roads, those swales are used to move that water, funnel it into, like I said, your neighborhood drains, into the local canals, and out to us. And that's the most important thing. As long as those drains and that water can move, we are good to go. A little bit of ponding here and there is bound to happen during very large storms. As some of you may know, your local drainage may only be able to handle, so that's your stormwater system, your drains can only handle about 5 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. After that, you will start to see a little bit of water standing on that road. So here are some of our challenges. As I said, those canal blockages can happen. Those storm drains can back up with leaves, branches, different things like that that do end up there, will cause up a large backup. And as soon as one of those tiers backs up, it impacts all the way back. So if something at the county level or at the drainage district level starts to back up, you're gonna see it here at the local level in your neighborhoods. So we have a annual maintenance plan, basically going through, observing trees, anything that may be falling into the canal. We look into the backyards of residents, try to see what they're planting. We do try to keep a certain area of clearance between that water and the resident's backyard, just to avoid anything from falling in. And that's basically all I have for you guys. Feel free to ask me any questions, and that's my information there. Feel free to reach out.
So thank you very much, and we're very, very thankful. Is someone from the Drainage District here as well? If you could come forward, we're happy to hear from both of you. One of the concerns that we had when we had Tropical Storm Eta was that it was reported to us that the canals were simply overwhelmed. They were simply too high, and the gravity that the water movement relies upon couldn't work because it was backed up. What are we doing now? Because even though they described that storm as a 1,000-year storm, was it a 100-year storm or 100-year storm? Even at a 100-year storm, I don't feel that lucky. And we're seeing more and more rain. So what are we doing? What lessons did we learn from that event that we can sort of use going forward to try and keep those canals lower so that our system sort of can discharge? Because here's the issue. We're so close to we're the last stop on the Everglades. And, you know, we're competing with all of these other cities that are dumping water into your canal. And so I'm sort of curious to know from your perspective, and then I'm going to ask the Drainage District what they're doing. What have you all been doing since ETA in order to keep that from happening again?
So what we've been basically doing is, like I mentioned, we've been trying to upgrade those structures to be able to move water, not only during that low tide, but be able to move it 24 hours a day with those upgrades to have pumps in those locations. That's what we've been doing mainly at the South Florida Water Management District. I know that the Drainage District has done a little bit more work on their end, but Lewis will be able to talk a little bit more on that end.
So what are the metrics on the improvements from your capital projects? What are the metrics in terms of, is there an X amount of additional water that you all feel that you can move now that you weren't able to do then because of these improvements? Are there metrics associated with this?
So there are metrics. I don't have them exactly off the top of my head, but I can get those definitely to you to see what the enhanced capacity is. Like I said, over the years, we've lost capacity. That discharge capacity that originally was built into the system has been lost due to that sea level rise. So the amount of time that we have to discharge has been lost. But I don't have the exact numbers for you.
I would appreciate it if you could send that over to us. And Mr. Dodge, if you would receive that and share it with the city engineer, I'd like to be able to know. I'd like the entire commission to know what additional capacity we can rely on if we get a serious flooded storm like that. Commissioner Hernandez lives in a community where
we were underwater for 4 days after ETA.
yeah, and I was
Chapel
the
Trail.
district commissioner there at the time, and it was very, very frustrating because everybody was running around to do this, but and doing the best that they can. But the canals were just so high that the drainage system could not work. The gravity didn't allow it. The water was above where the discharge had to happen, so it backed up. I wouldn't even be surprised if we got canal water coming into
Mayor, I think
Pembroke Pines.
didn't the state allocate additional
Pumps. Yeah, but the
I
pumps
think,
the pumps went to the drainage district. So I'm right now I'm asking him about his canals. So that data is important for us to have so that we can have a better assurance of, and I know that you guys work hard and these storms are difficult. And I know that you have meteorologists and I'm merely an economics graduate. However, I have to tell you, I believe, and I'm not Kreskin, but I believe we're going to get more rain. And I need to understand how we are going to deal with that on some metric level. So if you could provide that information, I really appreciate it. And I really, really enjoy your presentation. I'm thankful for it. If you could come forward on behalf of the Drainage District and offer your presentation, and then commissioners, we can open it up for some questions, and then we have a long agenda tonight. Go right ahead.
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. City Manager, appreciate being here.
Your name for the record.
My name's Luis Ochoa, District Director over at South Broward Drainage District. I've been at the district almost 30 years.
Thank
so I've pretty familiar with the growth of Pembroke Pines and how it was all constructed. Very familiar with the overall. You guys asked us to come and talk about the Atlantic hurricane season. On average, over the last 30 years, we can expect anywhere from approximately 14 named storms, approximately 7 hurricanes, and of those, 3 are approximately major hurricanes. The many different agencies have forecasted predictions for 2025, ranging from 10 to 19 named storms, 6 to 10 hurricanes, and 2 to 5 of them being major hurricanes. Since Hurricane Andrew in 1992, there have been 13 major hurricanes that have hit landfall in Florida. In 2024, we had 2, Hurricane Helene which hit Perry, and Hurricane Milton, which hit Siesta Key. So that's 13 storms in 32-year period. It's about 40% chance that one makes landfall. The district is an independent special taxing district. We were established by state legislature back in 1927. We're governed under Chapter 298 of the Florida statutes as a water control district. We were originally known as the Hollywood Reclamation District until 1986, when our name changed to the South Broward Drainage District, and we have a 7-member elected Board of Commissioners. We're a local drainage district. Our district covers portions of 5 cities. At the north end, we have Southwest Ranches. We cover the majority of Pembroke Pines and the majority of the city of Miramar. We have 2 small slivers of the town of Davie and the city of Hollywood. Our overall area is 72 square miles. We have over 7,500 acres of lakes, and we serve over 270,000 residents. Here you'll see a slide discussing the flow of how you're asking about flow. So let me explain a little bit about the flow. Our system is a secondary system we discharge into the primary. Primary system is South Florida Water Management District's canals, which is the C11 canal along Griffin Road, and then you have the C9 canal along the Dade County line. Pembroke Pines, Commissioner Rodriguez's zone, and a district and a small portion of Chapel Trails in Vice Mayor Hernandez's zone flow north to the C11 canal. Okay, all that water flows to our S8 pump station. We have control structures with floodgates that go into that canal system. All the other areas, the other districts flow south into the C9 canal. They go through our pump stations, our S1, S2, S7, all the way across the board from University Drive towards US 27. As Julio mentions, a 3-tiered system. They're the primary. We communicate with them during storm events. They monitor the meteorological conditions. They coordinate with the local drainage districts and municipalities. On many occasions, when there's a storm event notified, they'll have a 298 call, and they'll bring everybody in. They'll talk about the conditions that we're expecting, what to expect. They'll talk about their operations and how much they're going to be able to lower the water, what the conditions are, if there's any restrictions that we may have or any other agency may have, and we can answer questions back and forth and talk with the water managers on plans in order to improve the discharges. So we are the secondary, and the tertiary system is the city and the homeowner associations. The role of the district is to maintain and operate the secondary system. We provide water quality and discharge control behind our pump stations and control structures. We handle permitting and inspections within our jurisdictional boundaries. We monitor and operate our local facilities, our pump stations, control structures. We coordinate with South Florida. We respond to resident concerns, and most importantly, the pre-storm and post-storm activities that we're going to talk about. The tertiary system is an important role, like Julio mentioned. It has to do with your local drainage, your roadway drainage, drainage within the community, behind commercial developments, like you see here in this picture. That's behind the BJ's shopping center. They were not familiar with how their system worked. Water 3 feet high within the retention areas, 1 foot, 2 foot of water in the parking lots. Staff went out there, found the structure that was blocked up, cleaned it up, and you can see the before and after of what that looks like. It's important that everybody be familiar with how their drainage system works. You look at the plans. Where does all this water go? What do we have to do to keep it open and flowing? It's very, very important. As part of that, the district has what's a 5-year operation and maintenance permit that we have all the property owners fill out, or subdivisions prepare, and basically they go through, have an engineer come out, verify their system is fully functional, have a contractor clean structures. We go out, do a joint inspection, make sure it's all like it needs to be, and basically give them a clean bill of health for the next 5 years, making sure their system is functioning as it was initially intended. Okay, as I mentioned, the district's main function is stormwater management. Our goal is always to keep the stormwater moving, flowing, keep it operational. We have 7 stormwater pump stations, all automated, all serving Pembroke Pines. We have 27 gravity-fed floodgates in our system. 25 of those serve Pembroke Pines. We do aquatics and vegetation removal of district-owned water bodies at our pump stations and control structures. We handle culvert inspections in the primary system, and again, the 5-year operation and maintenance program. Our primary pump stations, as I mentioned, are automated 24/7. They're redundant systems. When I say redundant, for example, on the left you have our S1 pump station on University Drive. It has 4 pumps. Of the 4 pumps, 3 of them can be operated at a certain time depending upon the levels of the canal. One of them is a backup, so you can always rotate engines out. We have a SCADA system. It's our telemetry, it's our eyes and ears, where we can monitor from our phones, computer, and have readings on water elevations, the amount of rainfall that we get, if the pumps are on, what the RPMs are on the engine, oil pressure, our gear drives are functioning, our diesel engines, which are our CAT 3304s, 3306s, 3126s. You know, we have emergency backup generators at each of the stations, and we also have a mobile backup generator as well. Pump station flow capacity. Our S1 that we talked about can move 47,500 gallons per minute. We're allowed to discharge 3 pumps at a given time into the C9. So our ranges go from 31,000 gallons per minute per pump up to at the RSA, which is 75,000 gallons per minute, which is where we can run 2. So total pump capacity into the C9 canal is 628,650 gallons per minute when everything is operational, and into the C11 we can do 150,000 gallons per minute through our pump station. That does not include our control structures that are gravity fed. Okay, we have an ongoing maintenance program where we pull our pumps on a 7-year cycle. So we'll take the pumps out at the end of the pumping season, take them out, get them looked at. So we'll pull 2, 3, depending on the site. There could be 4 a year, and they'll go out. They'll go to the shop. They'll replace bearings, check the line shaft, anything else that could be damaged or repaired, the impellers or what have you, get taken care of at that time. Along with the pump station maintenance, we do routine startups and testing. We do maintenance inspections, and then we do updates to our facilities, whether it be our roof, our exhaust systems, control panels, and engine rebuilds after 6,000 to 8,000 hours of operation. We talked about automated floodgates. Floodgates are it's a gravity-fed system. So if your downstream is lower, your upstream is higher, you can open up the gate, move the water, and again, we can do that physically on site. We can do that from our phone. We can do that pretty much anywhere. I mean, I've been at the district almost 30 years. I've monitored and opened things in my honeymoon. I've done stuff in Canada. I've done stuff all over the United States. So whenever I've traveled. So we're definitely on call. Here, referring to Tropical Storm Eta, you see one of Silver Lake's floodgate. On the left, you have our normal conditions, what the gate looks like. In the Tropical Storm Eta, you can see the vast amount of water, how high the water got during that storm. Now, that storm, that specific area was reported to have more than 20 inches of rain. It is more than a 100-year storm event. We're talking about a 200 plus, because the 20 inches plus fell in a 48-hour instead of a 72-hour period. Our SCADA system, I talked about that being our eyes and ears. Our SCADA system allows us to check water levels, upstream, downstream, lets us open gates, lets us turn pumps on, turn pumps off, identify what the RPMs are on an engine if it's running. If they're, we talked about getting phone calls. We have an extensive alarm system. So if I get 2 inches of rain at any location where we have our telemetry system, we'll get a phone call, no matter what time of night, no matter where you are. And that'll be continuous, whether it be pump station 1, whether it be pump station 3. Everyone can keep going off as long as you'll get the calls, and you'll have to clear them in order to make sure that you acknowledge that the alarm was taken. So again, we have alarms for rainfall If our pumps are running for more than 30 minutes because they turn on automatically, we get a phone call. If the station's supposed to turn on or it's running and it fails, we get a phone call. There's a lot of different features, alarms that we are privy to because of our telemetry system. It's a big benefit that the district has.
Okay.
Water level recorders. We talked about how important it is to know the water level so you can manage the water. We have 29 at our pump stations and control structures, and we have 15 remote locations, so a total of 44 water level recorders. 2003, the district was fortunate to have some grant funding, and we purchased 2 mobile pumps, which you'll see here deployed in the pictures. We have a 24-inch and a 20-inch pump. These pumps can be pulled out, and it's a form of resiliency. If one of our pumps were to go down at our pump station, we can deploy the pump and be able to move water. Now, the one caveat with these pumps is I can't just take it to a neighborhood and just drop it in the lake and lower the level. We actually have to have the area prepared. So you have to have a bottom that the pump is going to sit in. It's got to be submerged by a certain amount of water before you can turn the pump on and operate. You also have to be able to have enough discharge hose to get it across from point A to point B. So it's not ideal to put across University Drive or other roadways. Things have to be prepared and planned ahead and be ready to go. So we've done all of our stuff at our pump stations, and we're looking at other alternative locations where we can put these pumps. We talked about aquatics and vegetation control. This is a big issue when it comes to moving water. You can see the vast amount of vegetation that's in the canal. We have to remove that vegetation so it doesn't block up our flow path. You know, those trash racks, those boards that you see there in front of the pump station, we either move manually with our rakes. We have a WeDo boat that will move vegetation from our Central Broward Water Control District. We also have a grapple truck. We have 2 of them actually that come out, remove vegetation, debris. We're on call 24/7, like I mentioned. Staff will go out up to 35-mile-an-hour winds. They're instructed to go out and do what we need to do.
Okay.
Culvert inspections. We talked about primary inspections. So we looked at the system when it gets installed. Then permitting, we're out there during observing the construction and while it gets all put in place. Here you have on your left the City Center on 7th Apartments, the entrance. Those are dual 96-inch culverts that were installed there. And then there was a 10-foot, 6-inch culvert that was installed on Pembroke Road and our C4 Canal, which is approximately, it's the pipe that goes between Grand Palms and Silver Shores underneath Pembroke Road, just on the west side of the overpass. SPD, we performed a slip liner. We were able to get some funding for this large slip liner. This is at our S1 pump station. This is triple 96-inch pipes just north of our pump station. We had some pipe failure, some pipes getting older, fatigued over time, and we needed to do a repair. We got some emergency funding in, and we're able to fuse together 84-inch pipe, 113 feet long, and float in 3 new pipes in, which are going to basically serve that area for at least 100 years. We identified choke points. When I say choke points in canal systems, this picture actually is in the city of Pembroke Pines and Southwest Ranches, excavator there, and then you see here on the left another control structure. Storm mode. We talked about storm mode. Once a named storm or a storm is out there, you get that cone. That cone is out there. Everybody jumps into active mode, right? So you have, out here, through the years we've seen anytime 2 to 4 storms a year. We're buying water, we're buying batteries, we're buying plywood, we're getting prepared for storms because we know what's coming, right? So we coordinate with South Florida Water Management District, again, the 298 calls. Drawing down the water levels is extremely important. The lower you get the level, the more capacity, extra capacity you can be able to generate, right? So there's what's called control elevation, which is where we pump the water down to, that's where our pumps automatically shut off. And then with coordination with South Florida, if they give us the green light in order to create additional storage capacity, we will discharge, a couple days if we can and get the levels down 6 inches below 8 inches below, whatever we're allowed to do to get the levels down to create that additional storage capacity throughout the overall basin. I talked about 7,500 acres of lakes. I drop a little bit of water at our pump station, but it's not just, it's got to go all the way, the overall area. So it's a large area that you got to cover in order to move the water. So our facilities, South Florida Water Management District, we coordinate with them and continuous monitoring the storm, and also we communicate with the city of Pembroke Pines. Post-storm is very similar, monitoring the facilities, inspecting the canals to make sure that there's no blockages in the canals, tree debris, what have you. We have contracts, post-storm contracts in place with vendors already secured for debris removal and cleaning, so if there is a named storm, we can communicate with them and get them on call and ready to go. So if something comes in, if we can't handle it, we can get a contractor to take care of it. We respond to resident concerns, and then we do our post-storm drawdowns to get everything back down to control. That being said, I can answer any of your questions.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you for a great presentation. I want to thank you both for everything that you and your team does to keep us high and dry. One of the things that I have seen is shopping center parking lot flooding. It's a huge problem in western Pembroke Pines, but I've seen it in eastern Pembroke Pines as well. What are we doing to keep those drains clear? Because I'll give you an example. The Publix on 184th. After any, even, not a name storm, but after a hard rain, that puddles up for days.
Right.
What are we doing to get these shopping center owners to clear that out? Because you got senior citizens, you got other folks, you lose the parking, it becomes a problem going through the area. What are we doing to get that fixed?
Right. Well, those areas obviously are the property owner's responsibility, right? Now, that being said, the Publix that you're referring to, we have met with the property manager, and they've done some improvements to their system. Behind the Publix, there's a large retention area. It goes across the whole width of the parking lot from 184th all the way to like 180th ballpark. So all that area is a flat area, barely pitched, and they let the grass grow. They don't maintain it. You get tree clippings after tree clippings, or grass mowing clippings, trash, it all builds up. They've done some modifications, I want to say about 4 or 5 years ago, and actually brought a contractor out and cleaned out the swale at our request in order to help improve that. But it's a continual cycle. They need to do maintenance.
I got to tell you, do you have like inspectors that go out and look at these? I don't know. Right. I'm asking.
We have
like after a hard rain to see where the huge puddling is, because it happens there constantly.
Right. We have staff that goes out to. There's certain shopping centers that we know are prone for flooding. West Fork is one.
Yeah.
There's one. Monday we had 3.5 inches of rain over at Silver Lakes Floodgate,
right.
Pines Boulevard and 178th area. Across from that is the Pollo Tropical, the Jiffy Lube, there's a Chevron. That whole shopping center was flooded. There was 18 inches of water across the parking lot. Staff went back in there. There's a retention area in the back where basically all the water flows out into this large holding pond, right? So it holds all this water, and once the water gets to a certain elevation, it meets its water quality, it's allowed to discharge and go out. But what happens is they're not maintaining their system. So they've got oak trees lined on both sides. They have oak trees.
Get it. So is that something you have jurisdiction over? Is that a city code matter? What is that? Who gets them to fix this problem?
Well, it could be a joint thing. I mean, it's really the property manager, right? So what we're going to do, I had staff in 2 feet of water removing leaves off of this grate so that the parking lot would drain. We're meeting with the property manager to have a conversation with them. Now, the problem is property managers change every 6 months. So if they're not meeting with the people who are doing their landscaping, they're just blowing the leaves and the clippings in these areas and not bagging it, it's continual. It's going to
Ms. Dodge, I'm wondering if you would be willing to meet with the representatives and with code and see what it is that they can do together. I'm constantly getting complaints from all parts of Pembroke Pines that after strong rains, there are parking lots that are flooded for days, and there are drains there. So something's not.
Well, if not to interrupt, but if there's
No, no.
flooding, if there's flooding going on, we'd like to know about it, because we're very familiar with
Well,
the
that's-
drainage system, so.
see, that's what I
we
was
have the
saying, whether-
plans,
whether-
we'll go
whether
out, we'll
folks
meet
are-
with the code enforcement officer.
Maybe what we need is a survey after a hard rain, so that you could see it. But if you get even an inch of rain, which happens here frequently, you'll see it's all over the city. So, Ms. Dodge, could you make a note to do that? Thank you very, very much, and I want to thank you all for what you do. Commissioners?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Ochoa, thank you. 30 years already, huh?
Yes, sir.
So that means you were here for the no-name storm in 2000.
Yes, sir.
That was the last time that University Canal breached, remember? Covered the entire road. As a result of that, the Drainage District started digging deeper. FDOT was just here at the last meeting talking about the improvements, and they've committed themselves to working with you to ensure that water shedding isn't going to be an issue. It's a shame the mayor's not here to hear this, but North Perry Airport is a huge collection of water. And if it wasn't for that airport, Pines Village and the surrounding area would have a foot or more in their driveway. The issues out west, 20 inches of rain, you're not a magician, certainly not a miracle worker. And I was a little disappointed years ago when the Drainage District was being blamed for that historic event. Because when you have hydrostatic pressure coming from the lake, when you have wind coming out of the southeast, the water is not going to drain out to Miami. The wind has to stop. So our senior chief meteorologist, John Morales at NBC6, has made national news. I'm not sure if you saw the story or not. But he said yesterday that because of the gutting of the National Weather Service, that we will not be able to predict where a storm is going to turn like Dorian. He said specifically, if we had Dorian today, based on the staffing level, which is between 18 to 40% reduction in workforce, we won't know if Dorian is hitting South Florida. He also said that 17% of the weather balloons, the ones that drop all the data, will not be available. He also said that the hurricane hunters won't be going out as often. So quite frankly, gentlemen, I don't know how you're going to do your job because it's based on prediction. I don't know how the meteorologist that you have on staff in Palm Beach is going to be able to do their job unless you're a magician or a psychic. Because there's one thing that can't change, okay, and that's the Everglades. That watershed flow is only going to go so fast, historically. And I know that Griffin Road Pumping Station can do, what, 40 million gallons in an hour, is it? In an hour. I've seen that discharge.
60 million gallons a minute.
A minute. 40 million a minute.
1 million.
Let alone what's happening with the gravity-fed stuff.
Right.
So historically, if you lived in Florida in the 1920s, if you were east of US 1, you are above ground. Everything else is a swamp, ladies and gentlemen. So what this agency does on a daily basis is nothing short of a miracle, considering how many McDonald's cups get thrown out the window and how many drains get stuck. It's so bad with a change in environment. We have manatees now in Pembroke Pines. We know this. They're actually breaching our canals and they're living in our canals because of sea level rise and the change in the overall environment. So I applaud what you are doing. I am praying that this 40% number, we don't see it this year because the federal government has absolutely put us in danger. And I don't see any changes happening when the head FEMA doesn't know that there's a thing called hurricane season. I don't know how that's even possible. So I appreciate what you're doing and I also want to shout out to Representative Robin Bartleman. When she first got elected, I asked her to get with Ronnie Bergeron and learn about the water network and how it worked. And so we were able to get these temporaries. But you're right, they're limited. If it's underwater, you can't do it. We are in a region, so unless everything works correctly, there will be areas. God forbid Coral Springs, if they lose power, they're like a salad bowl. They're just going to fill up. But at least here in Pembroke Pines, we have an administration, Carl Kennedy and staff, who vacuums drains constantly. And I want to thank Carl Kennedy for that. And here's the thing, colleagues, we just heard from the Board of Adjustment tonight. The biggest thing that's impacting our city is the paving of driveways. It's the uneven, the non-permitted work causing hills and valleys, holding this water. And we've already heard the testimony of Mr. Ochoa that commercial property owners aren't doing their part to maintain property. So yes, we have a responsibility to ensure that our streets are passable, that our houses are livable in the shortest amount of time, allowable under science. Okay, but you can't make the water go any faster. If you're pumping it out off of Griffin Road, that's head pressure that's gonna keep our lakes up. So you can only do so much. You can displace it, but it has to be moved to the south. And until they get Tamiami fixed, we have a major issue in the Everglades right now. The water is just backing up. If we have another Eta, God forbid we had an Eta for a longer period of time, that water can't get out. It's going to back up against Tamiami, and you're going to find overflow in all the industrial areas along US 27. So we have a crisis right now when it comes to understanding how this is going to work. And I'm asking the governor to ensure that y'all have the resources necessary, that there's enough advance notice for a declaration of emergency so you can do your job, because I don't know how else we're going to be able to do it. We can't rely on the federal government this hurricane season. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate those comments, and I'd like to remind people that when we occasionally go to use the men's room, we can hear every word that's said because there are speakers back there, so I didn't miss a word. And I think part of the discussion that's happening here is that we rely on them to keep us dry. That's their job. It's their only job. And so what we need to do is we need to figure out how we can team together, not to say, oh, shucks, there's nothing we can do, but how to come up with a plan. If they need land to store water, then that has to be confronted. If they need more equipment to improve conveyance, then that's what needs to be done. But it can't just be that we don't meet and organize. And so we know that there are pockets of flooding all through the city. I think we need to inventory them, because what I'm hearing is that sometimes we're not aware of what those are. Let's identify what those are, and let's start chipping away at how we can improve that situation. And that's what this discussion is about. Commissioner Rodriguez, you had your hand up?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Oh, I was going to say something, but it was along the lines of what Commissioner Short said, so thank you.
Commissioner Good?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got to say...
I see your hand.
Excuse me?
I see your hand. Go ahead. Commissioner Short, Commissioner Good?
Thank you. I didn't know if I had my hand.
No, go ahead.
I want to say to both of you, great presentation. Louis in particular, very impressive. You presenting the South Broward Drainage District. I know that the South Florida Water Management District is working with the Army Corps of Engineers, and I do also know that even Broward County has even chipped in a couple $1 million to accelerate some of these programs that deal with the your pumps that are discharging at certain points to move the water within your canal system. So kudos to that. And I know that, South Broward Drainage District, and I say this with confident knowledge, is probably the best drainage district in all of Broward County. The way that you were designed, the way that you operate, very, the best. It is the best in class in all of Broward County. So thank you for that. Act of God is an act of God. But Mayor, I got to say one thing. I'm very impressed with your deductive approach to this, because I do believe that we can help in regards when you start moving more towards the code support. One of the things that was spoken to and kind of went over, but it's real, it's called that 5-year operating permit. Whenever the district, accepts the design and the construction, blah, 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 every 5 years, these owners of the systems are supposed to come and get a recertification. And Mr. Ochoa went ahead and expressed how some of that is, but sometimes there's not compliance, and then you could chase after these people for years and years and years and years. And I don't know specifically what the South Broward Drainage District's enforcement arm is, but I don't know that you have a code enforcement magistrate situation, sort of like what the city does. And if there's a way for code to connect with that, where there's clearly a failed operation, the city might be able to help that compliance by bringing it into the city's code enforcement process in order to be able to get that owner, to get that shopping plaza to be more responsible to what the drainage district has given them an operating permit for. So, I hope that that dialogue works well into the advantage of being able to allow, as South Broward Drainage District partners with South Florida Water Management District, I would love to see the South Broward, us as a city, partner with the South Broward Drainage District to assist in that compliance element, because I think that is, Mr. Mayor, what you picked up on, and you did that intuitively, and that was really excellent, and I will support anything like that that comes before this commission.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor, anything? Okay, I want to thank you for your presentation. There is one resident who wants to speak on this item, and then we're going to move to Commissioner I have one item for request to speak, and then that's 3 minutes, and then we're going to move on to Vice Mayor's item, for which there are people here, and I want to thank you all for being patient. Go right ahead.
Hi,
Your name and address
my
for the
name is
record.
Gil Lerner. My address is 19. I'm actually going to use my commercial prop, 6900 Pembroke Road. And the reason I'm using a commercial property is because Commissioner Schwartz was sort of commingling the responsibilities of the federal government as well as the private property owners. Now, as a private property owner and an engineering contractor that does install those catch basins and drain lines, there's a very easy solution to it, because I've got a car wash at one of my gas stations and it requires a catch basin. Now, every month every quarter, I am required to report to Broward County, I'm sure you may be familiar with it, that the catch basin has been pumped out, cleaned, and is in good working order. Now, that can simply be applied to the standard catch basins to each property. Now, I don't know that the Broward County has the capacity to do those inspections, but I do believe the city does. And it's very easy to just go out annually, just like the fire inspections, make sure those drains have been cleaned out, and an inspector has signed off, an engineering contractor has signed off that those drain catch basins and drain lines are not caked and operating accordingly, so there's not parking lot floods. And if there are, violate the guy, make sure he fixes his drains. That's part of owning property. If I own a property, I got to change my drainage and it costs me $200,000. That's the part of doing business. And I really think code enforcement could assist Broward County if they don't have the wherewithal to do those annual inspections, at least on a quarterly basis.
Thank
So,
you very, very much.
Yes, that's just my 2 pennies to try to
Yes,
help
sir.
the situation.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank you both for your presentations, and we'll be coordinating together to see what else we can do, and let's hope for a drier summer than we had before. Now, we're going to be moving on to requests from the public. Mr. Lerner, you are recognized. You put in a form.
I just wanted to thank the Drainage District for doing the great job that they do.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're on. Your name and address for the record.
Again, my name is Gil Lerner. My address is 1958 Northwest 74th Avenue, Pembroke Pines, Florida, 33024. I'm here tonight due to, it doesn't bring me joy to have to come up here and say what I've got to say tonight. I've had a violation on my property, and it's been well over a year. I said it's creeping on maybe even 2 years. And I'm trying to understand how code had arrived to my property. Since the laws have changed, it's got to come from a person, no more anonymous tips, and asking the head of code, Larry Diaco, I believe is his name. I sent him an email not too long ago after a lien certification hearing that we couldn't make due to my mother having an emergency surgery, and I was going to request a rehearing, but I don't know how to go about that. I was going to ask the clerk how to do that, but moving on, I asked him for transparency on the matter, and he said he needed 10 more days. That put me in a position where I had to petition the courts to invoke my appellate rights to the lien certification. And with that being said, I believe that was strategically planned, to ask for 10 more days to get an answer to me about transparency. Now, I still haven't gotten the answer. Whether he's cooking one up or not, I don't know, and I don't really care. But it's obvious to any average-minded American that what is going on is not right. Now, for 2 years to have, or let's just call it a year, and then to ask for 10 more days to come up with an answer for transparency, I don't think he himself, as the head of the code enforcement department, knows how that anonymous tip came about and why administration opened it up. I'd love to have answers to it, and Mr. Carl Kennedy does a wonderful job. Although South Florida Water Management District was here and their inspector was out at my property and completely debunked the assessment that an issue I had on my property was in compliance. If you do a survey, the numbers don't lie, and it will, with all due respect, sometimes people make mistakes. I don't know what it is, but I don't think the South Florida Water Management District makes mistakes, and I would love to present that email, but I haven't been able to.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor. Just to give you a quick reference, the speaker before you this evening has chosen his destination. He's retained legal counsel. We are in the middle, that being the city, with a litigation matter now with Mr. Lerner and his lawyer. The matter is currently pending in the Broward Circuit Court. I would caution the members of the commission into responding to any questions this evening at the advice of your counsel in connection with preparing for and also in preparing the city for whatever actions it will take with regard to the matter currently pending, and will be guided accordingly, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Mayor and Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I have 3 additional members signed up to speak, but they're all signed up to speak on the FP&L matter. Those are Deborah Wilson, Etta, Yvonne Fernandez, and Alberto Salvi. So if you don't mind, I'm going to call Commissioner Vice Mayor Hernandez's item up, and then you can testify as part of the item. Is that fair enough? Okay. So, Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
Well, it's a discussion item and possible action regarding FPL seeking a new rate increase. This is item number 15, Mayor.
Yes.
Okay. Briefly, and I want to thank you all for coming out, particularly because I made the mistake of telling you it'll be fast. You'll come at the beginning of the agenda. That's my bad. I didn't realize that the drainage district is here. I owe you all coffee, and I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. So I did want to mention, and I spoke with Yvonne, and she'll be up here, but also I wanted to thank our city manager and city attorney, Sam Gorin, for speaking with me on this. I have a I want to be very clear what I'm trying to do here tonight. Number one, as a city commissioner, I have zero authority. I am not a member of the Public Service Commission. This is not an item before the City Commission. This is not an item before Broward County. It's before the Public Service Commission. However, each of us up here represents roughly 47,000 residents. 13 of mine are in Century Village. The mayor knows it well. He represented it for probably 20 years. 13,000 residents in 141 buildings who actually Marty Kiar was here earlier and mentioned the challenges with Century Village properties, because before the Surfside state laws changed in the wake of that tragedy, the average, and this is according to the president of the Master Association for Century Village, residents there were paying approximate numbers of about $350 per month in maintenance fees and insurance rates. That number is now north of $700. Some a little bit higher, some on the lower end of $700. And then I have other residents who live in single family. I didn't forget you guys. I'm just focusing a lot on Century Village because they're the ones that I know are most impacted, who live on fixed incomes. And I am not somebody that is here to be overly critical of FP&L. I know some of you read my op-ed in the Sun Sentinel or heard me on radio this morning. My first job out of college was with FPL. I've had different stints where I've worked with FPL, not in-house, but as a contractor, as a consultant. And during Hurricane Irma, when I worked for former Miami-Dade Mayor Carlos Jimenez, we were inseparable in that emergency operations center. I want to be very clear and state it here on the record, just like I did in that opinion piece. I think FPL is an exceptional company that is committed to renewable and clean energy. And they have very, very, very talented folks that I know personally, many of them, whether they work in Juno Beach or South Florida. So I would ask, obviously some of us are frustrated with the rate increase request, but I'm not here to bash Florida Power and Light. I respect them very, very much as a company. However, I do need to, as a commissioner, give my residents voice and have this discussion item. I'll let the conversation flow because there's 5 of us up here. We obviously haven't been able to have a discussion about this before. My intent is for us to hear directly from them, and Yvonne will speak. She's with ARP, who opposes the increase, but also a possible action, which it's here, whether it's a letter, whether it's a resolution. I don't know. I can't say that. It's up to the 5 of us. But I did want, even though, again, it's got nothing to do with the city of Pembroke Pines in the sense we cannot approve or reject it or amend it, I heard from enough residents that I wanted them to have this opportunity to speak and for us to consider whether or not there is some, even if it's largely symbolic, action that we take as a city commission. Mr. Mayor.
Commissioners, anyone wants to speak on this? We'll do one round and then we'll listen to the public, and then if you wish, we can have another round. Commissioner Good.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I believe that the path that the Vice Mayor is on is a good path to consider. One of the questions I have on this is, when is the FP&L going before the PSC for the rate increase?
If, from what I received, the information I received from the company, and I have been speaking with them, is in August. However, obviously there are public hearings that take place and motions back and forth because it is a judicial body that they're in front of with the PSC. But as of right now, I believe it's in August.
And that's the introduction of the rate increase?
Well, they've already filed the request for the increase. Right. Those would be the hearings, which can last as long as FPSC, the 5 commissioners determine.
So August is like the first public hearing, so to say?
If I'm not mistaken, well, public hearing is public, right? But the first hearing at the Florida Public Service Commission, my understanding, is in August, yes.
And, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager, what meetings do we have in July and August?
We have our regular meetings in August. July is traditionally our summer break.
So the first Wednesday in August would be a regular meeting for us, right?
Yes, yes, it would.
Okay. Because, Vice Mayor, I think that maybe we can do this as a two-prong approach. You know, you mentioned a letter and a resolution. You know, I don't know if you would consider maybe doing a letter with a time limit response. And in August, the first meeting in August, we take up a resolution.
That's why I brought it to you guys. So I'm fine with that, and I'd love to hear from Jay, Maria, Commissioner Schwartz, and Rodriguez as well, but I was looking more for direction. I don't know when they can speak, though. I did want to.
Yeah, I want to hear what they.
We're gonna have one round, and then we'll go to the public. Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor, I say this because you work the industry. Just for the public to understand, this comes up every 4 years, that it's not just FPL, it's TECO, it's Duke. All the utilities have a round, and they happen to come up all at the same time, generally speaking. The governor has no authority over the outcome. Can't override, can't veto, but the governor does have the appointment process for the Public Service Commission. And over the years, whether it's Governor DeSantis, Scott, Charlie Crist, and so forth and so on, members of the Public Service Commission have changed over time. And so Governor DeSantis vetoed a bill last year that would not have protected homeowners for solar power. And so through the governor's office, the governor is letting the Public Service Commission know the feelings of the governor. Now, whether or not they follow that path, they're an independent agency and they can do what they want. With respect to FPL, yes, they filed, and they're the last one because they're the largest. They have more utility customers than the other two combined, but the other two have already received their increases. It's just that their increases that they've received has a sunset. I believe one of them is 18 months, the other one might be as short as 12, and it was for hurricane recovery only. That being said, the percentage, based on my own independent research, forgive me, Vice Mayor, there wasn't anything in the backup for me to go through, so I just hit the books and looked on my own. But the percentage that FPL is requesting is very similar to what TECO and Duke have received, except the FPL is looking at a four-year extension, and it's not a storm-related recovery. It's an infrastructure based upon factors such as the exploding population of the region in which they're currently servicing. So the Public Service Commission has received no less than 30 organizations opposing a 4-year $1 billion increase.
$9 billion.
I apologize. $9 billion over this 4-year period. Now, what's interesting is historically, I've been here for 13. The mayor's been here for 20. We've never had a Public Service Commission utility discussion in the past, nor has there ever been a $9 billion request because it's the largest in U.S. history. Those are the facts, okay? So I believe it would be I think it would be in our best interest. Letters and resolutions aren't necessarily a paperweight, but public input is certainly easier to say, look, we had, this city commission held a local event where local folks can come out, because they're not going to Tallahassee. They are certainly not going to travel. They're not going to get on buses and go through that expense. But if we can provide a forum for them, I think we've done, I
did want to say
Yeah.
they did have a local forum in this, well, I'll let her speak to it, but I know it was in the city of Hollywood, so they have had that opportunity.
Allow me.
Yeah.
Allow me, okay. Well, Hollywood may have had it, Pembroke Pines hasn't, right? So if we have, like Commissioner Good says, we have generally till August, we can certainly open up chambers and have the ability for the public to speak, because it does require us to alert people of what's happening. Okay, now, everything's out in the open. There's been a lot of coverage thus far, but sometimes, you know, if you missed the 3-day news cycle, you may not know what happened. So I think there's an opportunity for us maybe to have a, let's call it a workshop format, where we can invite the public mayor, first meeting of August, let them speak, and then we package that up and send it off to the Public Service Commission with their testimony. I don't know if a resolution or a letter drafted by the city attorney or the city manager embraces the folks in which we're basically trying to provide them an opportunity to get more information out on the table.
Oh, and I appreciate those thoughts. I understand what you're saying. Here's the couple of reasons why I brought it forward. Number one, you're absolutely right. I did my own research, and the city of Pembroke Pines has not had this discussion before, but we also haven't had what is to be the largest rate increase, not in the history of Florida, in the history of the United
country,
States.
yes, country.
That's number one. Number two, I don't think it's very challenging if you go through the PSC docket and others. Bottom line is, 4 years ago, they had a rate increase. There was a settlement. That settlement, Yvonne knows better than I do the exact numbers. What I am saying is, I don't think my residents, at least in Century Village, Commissioner Good, Hollybrook, wherever else, they see the numbers. The same electrical usage, and these numbers come from Lisa Chong and City Manager Charlie Dodge. The average Pembroke Pines resident, I'm not talking about a business because businesses are in a different category, is facing up to $240 more per year in electrical fees. If this is approved within 4 years of 2029, you're right, it is a 4-year phased in. I could go on. I did this in 2005 for the company. I sat in PSC meetings, so I'm well aware of the process. And by the way, that process back then was very different from what it is today.
Well,
what I am basically saying is, and you could say no, what I am hoping to get consensus on here is, number one, that the city commission speak with one voice, whether it's a letter or not. We have no, whether we hold a forum or not, the city of Pembroke Pines has zero weight in the decision of the Public Service Commission, or if there have been settlements in the past between parties, or if there's a settlement, we have no weight. But I do think it's incumbent upon the 5 of us as elected officials, each one of us from a district and the mayor at large throughout the city, to at least say, based on the information that we have seen, which Al Salvi, who's here from my district, attended that meeting, based on what I've read when you actually read the docket, based on what has been reported, and it's not just been in a 3-day news cycle, this was filed in the middle of February. I find it, and if no one supports me, I'll do it on my own, I find it incumbent upon me to say, my residents in Century Village and others, they can't pay $240, $250 more per year.
Yeah. So, and Mayor, I'm certainly, and Vice Mayor, I'm certainly not debating you. First of all, I oppose the increases personally as an individual, and certainly I have no issues advocating my position on social media. The Public Service Commission needs to review the ROD of FPL. And I think they're going to wind up with a settlement. They're not, I don't believe there's going to be a rate increase. However, it is incumbent upon us to provide an education component, whether it was filed in February or it was in the Sun Sentinel yesterday. There are thousands of people in this city who have no idea that there is going to be a potential rate increase. So if a letter written by the city attorney and by the city manager, if you believe based upon your consulting experience from 2005 is going to make a positive difference in changing their mind, I fully support that. I'm also
This is just first round.
I understand that.
So
I'm not making a motion, Mayor. I'm not.
I'm
I'm just. But the Vice Mayor is asking my opinion.
Because there's other information that's coming forward. So before, let's just issue our first impressions, and then we'll hear from the public, and
I
we'll bring
believe
it
because
back.
again, there's no backup. Okay, there's no backup here.
Right.
I received a letter from the AARP. I'm sure most of us have. Okay, with their position, I agree with their position. But I believe that there is, if we can have 17 town halls on a bond referendum, we can certainly do something over the summer to advise our residents that they need to pay attention and the process in which they can submit their information directly to the Public Service Commission through the regular channels. I think as I would fully support education about how you go about doing that process, whether you're a resident or a business, because at the end of the day, we're all paying for it one way or the other. So those are my comments, and I'll wait for round two.
I'd like to hear from Commissioner Rodriguez. Again, I want to be very clear. 2005 was my first experience. I've had experience with this company for 21 years. Again, I think they're a wonderful company. However, why I've brought this up is each one of us is going to have impact in their district. And I think it's important if we have that opportunity, whether it's a letter, again, this is a Public Service Commission item. It has nothing to do with Broward County, Pembroke Pines, or any of the 430 municipalities we have in the state. I'm asking if there would be support to sign a letter, each of us, or as a city body, however, Sam, you tell me how that would be, or at a later point to Commissioner Good's point, as we're getting into August, to basically put on record that the second most populous city in Broward County, with 171,000 residents, has concerns and would hope that there would be either a modification, a rescinding, or an outright rejecting of any kind of rate increase that would negatively impact our families at this time. To your point on the bond, why it failed, I put it in my article, more than likely is folks didn't want to pay more because they could not pay more when folks are getting kicked off their homeowner's insurance. When folks are having issues in Century Village or anywhere else with insurance rates. And this is where, as much as I want to invest in a company like Florida Power and Light, and they deserve to be able to present their case, which they have at public meetings where these folks have been, plus in emails, plus right now, as a matter of fact, to your point, what you could say to the PSC, any one of the folks in here that is a Florida resident can email the Public Service Commission or call them today, and not just about the rate increase. If I feel that I'm not getting proper service of any utility, not FPL, any utility, I can call the Public Service Commission tonight as a resident of the state of Florida. So I wanted to clarify that.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
I think we can find a balance between parts of that each of you bring forward. I think a letter is necessary and something that we can do a little bit faster, probably based on some of the information that we receive from residents here. So a letter from all of us, as you said, on highlighting most importantly, not the fact that the investments may or may not be necessary, because I personally am not aware of exactly the investments being posted for this rate increase, but mostly because of the impact that it would have on our residents. I think we're going to hear from the people here, and we can put a part of that in our letter. If then during the summer we get the opportunity to hold some kind of town hall, some kind of informational meeting, that would be great. We do have to do that, I believe, alongside FPL, because while they have the information and we need to hear their side, whether it's that or having or mobilizing our residents to attend what is already being set up in these town hall, in these public hearings. I'm not sure of any future dates. If there is one, maybe that can be the way. Instead of us taking on the charge of doing that, what is the next public hearing? Can we mobilize our residents to attend, to hear from that side and explain some of their grievances against the rate increase? And so that communication, we can also post about it on our social media, personally and both from the city, because our channels are also a way for people to know what's going on in other levels of government, in my opinion. We did the same when the state legislation was looking at decreasing funds for AP classes because our students really, really like those AP classes, their parents did, and so we mobilized our parents to reach out to the governmental agency that was focusing on that.
There may be a solution on that too, I read.
Yes, but looking forward, I think merging those ideas, I think we don't have to do more work than is already being done by FPL in their public hearings. We need to just make sure that people are getting to those public hearings, because that's the point. People don't know that there's a public hearing, and it's our job to vocalize that and communicate that to our residents. Then that is what I think moves the needle forward. So just to summarize, I think a letter would be great, including some of the commentary from the public here today as our Pines residents. If we need to, a resolution down the line, because that is obviously a more formal way of going about voicing our opinions. But I think informing the residents on a larger scale is first and foremost, because if there is another public hearing that they can attend, or maybe part of the letter be requesting one that could be in Pembroke Pines, something along those lines that we can work in partnership rather than kind of taking on the burden of doing that ourselves, because we are simply advocates for our residents rather than the people obviously voting on this.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
I want to hear from the public. However, I have to say this, Vice Mayor, I'm very proud of you. You are giving voice to people in the city that have a concern, and I have tons and tons of respect for that. If it's this commission's wish to ask me on your behalf to write to the president of FP&L and invite the company to come to Pembroke Pines for a very respectful, informative town hall where they explain why this $9 billion is necessary. Because we have such regard for our residents, and because we have a healthy amount of respect for the company that keeps us, quite frankly, from entering into the dark ages again, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to write to the president of the company and say all the things that, on your behalf, that the vice mayor has said in his op-ed. We have great respect and regard, and we've been partners with FP&L for decades. However, what's up with this $9 billion? And we'd like you to come here and talk to our residents and explain it to them. And then based on what we hear from the company and based on what we hear from the residents, we can follow Commissioner Good's recipe, which I think is the right one, and decide what, if any, next steps is appropriate for the city to take. That's where I think I am right now, but I want to hear from the residents. And so I know that you represent AARP, is that it? If you could come forward and give your name and your affiliation. There's a button there that'll turn the mic green. You're on.
Okay.
Your name and affiliation, please.
Yes, my name is Yvonne Fernandez, and I represent AARP Florida as the Senior Associate State Director for Advocacy. And
welcome to Pembroke Pines.
Thank you, and really appreciate, and I want to say that I concur with Mayor Castillo that the work of Vice Mayor Hernandez had been really a surprisingly support for the work that AARP had been doing in regards to FPL. I'm going through my talking points because I don't want to let out any of the points that are very important for our organization. But then I would like to expand a little bit on the commissioner's comments regarding the work that had been done on the field with our organization.
Yes, ma'am.
I stand before you today not just as an individual, but as a voice of the millions of Florida residents facing the largest electric rate increase in United States history. And this is a very heavy lift because really we work with many other, as you said, many other utility companies across the United States. And we have a team dedicated just to work on these projections. And every single utility company is waiting to see how this play off. Florida Power and Light is proposing an unjustified rate hike that will disproportionately affect our seniors, low-income families, and those living on fixed incomes. Under this proposal, the minimum base bill for residential customers would jump from $25 to $30 monthly. That will be on the base. And this actually will be regardless of how much energy the customer is using. So everybody is going to feel the effect of this hike. But even more concerning is that FPL is seeking an excessive 11.9% return on equity. That's the base of the proposal, far beyond the national average that is 9.5%. That's the reason why all the utilities companies in the nation is waiting to see. This flagrant push for profit will make essential necessities like electricity, food, transportation, medicine, every single expense of already struggling families. And I want to point that the city of Pembroke Pines, as you say, the second most populated in the region, but also is home of 19,479 ARP households. And this is approximately 28% of the total households in your city. So it's a good reason.
Including me.
Including you, including my mother-in-law and many other of my family members. So really, it is going to impact it. And ARP represents the third part of your households. And it is a good reason for us to be excited about what you could do. Many of these older adults that income restricted, and they will be the most affected. Definitely, all these rates are going to affect a person that don't get those incomes raising every year. When you are retired, you probably won't. We recognize and appreciate the leadership of city officials in standing up for their constituents, especially those who would be hit hardest by this proposal. As public servant, you have the power to be a voice for your residents. That's why we know that the residents rely on a strong leadership to protect them from corporate overreach. With all respect, FPL is not thinking about the impact of the person that is receiving $1,400 a month to live. When they are thinking to increment on the profit on the investors, I don't think, with all respect, that they are going to convince anyone different that it is the fair way to go. We urge you to advocate on behalf of your community by signing a resolution that encourages the Public Service Commission to consciously study FPL rate proposal and demand that the Public Service Commission rein in the excessive return on equity. That's the base of the hike. That's why it's, in our opinion, so important that you as an elected leaders and leaders of a community like Pembroke Pines could send a note for the PSC. Floridians deserve fairness and accountability, no unchecked corporate greed. This is not simply an issue of balancing interests. It is a matter of justice. On behalf of ARP Florida, I ask you to take action, speak for those who cannot be here, and stand with your residents. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much. Thank you very, very
Mayor,
much.
I would like to just expand this on the information. I understand your concern for the communication and education of the customers of APL. ARP had been working from the beginning, before even the proposal was filed. We have been working with our members, and as you can tell, 30% of your households have been receiving information from ARP consistently, explaining the effect and the reason how this proposal has been built up to what it is today. Not just that, to your point, the hearings that FPL have put together, well, it is really the Public Service Commission putting together has been populated with our members and our volunteers. We have been through, in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we have been in all the East Coast. 6 different hearings have been done. We have been in all of them, testifying and presenting our position as not just as ARP, but as consumers. I myself and my husband, we are pastors, we are ministers. We live day in and out what it is for people struggling for $20 to put in the groceries. So we went to testify to a pledge so people can sign and understand the process and understand what means this proposal. They send the comments, and we are printing out every single pledge. Last year, we did it when other proposal like this happened 2 years ago, and we delivered to the meeting in August boxes and boxes of all the customers signing and asking how important it is to keep low rates on the proposal. So education had been done. The hearing had been done for the Public Service Coalition. Now they need to hear from leaders. So that's why we're respectfully asking you, and we literally, you are the first city that opened that opportunity. Thank you, Vice Mayor. We are really thrilled. As you could tell, all these volunteers on your residents have been kind enough to be for this long session. Very good, 100 years. We don't celebrate every day that beautiful birthday, but have been kind enough to stay here because it matters.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
And I want you to know I gave you additional time because you're wearing red, and all of you are wearing red. So I have a feeling that many of you have the same point of view. Is that about right? Yes, sir. However, each of you has a chance to speak, and if there's something that you'd like to say that you didn't hear already, please let us know. The consensus that I'm hearing here is that we are going to engage in a correspondence with FP&L, inviting them to Pembroke Pines to explain themselves on this issue. We're all going to listen very carefully, have an opportunity to ask questions, and then this commission will decide what next steps we will take on behalf of the residents. And I think that that's a very good approach at dealing with a problem like this over which we have no direct authority. So I want to thank you all for your advocacy. We are very, very persuaded by what you're saying, and we want to move this thing forward expeditiously. I'd love to see a public hearing held in Pembroke Pines of some kind, town hall meeting, however it is that we frame it, sooner rather than later.
Mayor, I did want to add, though, at the appropriate time when I make the motion, that letter that we're talking about, it's fine to send to the president of Florida Power and Light, but
however you...
my preference is, of course, the decision-making body is the Public Service Commission.
Okay, but it's FP&L that's going to have to present. They're not going to come here.
No, yes,
Right.
but maybe there's we could call FP&L.
We can do all those things, yes. Okay. Does anyone want to say something that we haven't heard already? Mr. Salvi, please. Madam Clerk, could you hand him a microphone, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can everybody see me? Hi, Maria.
Everybody
How you
can see
doing?
Your name for the record, please.
My name is Al Salvi. I'm a resident of Pembroke Pines, Silver Lakes. I'm going to say a couple of extra things, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and Commissioners, today for hearing me out. I'm here with my colleagues from AARP. I'm an AARP member, and I'm a volunteer. But I want to thank the city, the great city of Pines. I'm very proud to be a resident of Pines, being supported by such great leadership. And our leaders, a special thank you to Mr. Mike Hernandez, our Vice Mayor, for bringing this as a forefront issue and spearheading it, and for bringing attention to this very important issue. Now, I'm going to say a lot of things that are maybe a little bit different than my colleague, Yvonne. Obviously, this will impact 5.8 million people, which are FPL ratepayers, all right? But I am going to talk about a little different. I'm going to talk about me and how it impacts me as a person, as a simple person, okay? I'm here by today and thanking my support of my colleagues in the back, which have spent a couple hours here today, and I really, really am grateful for the support. So I want to thank them for doing that. But I am opposed to this rate increase that will be commencing on January 26th through 2029. As we talked about it, and Jay mentioned that it's going to be, or everyone mentioned, about a $9 billion increase for the FPL, which is a base rate of 22%, from $25 to $30 a month, $25 to $30 on the base rate, which is going to affect us no matter what, okay? Which is going to actually account to me for about another $360. Now I'm going to go into something personal, and I want everybody to understand where I'm coming from, okay? My Social Security COLA increase in 2025 was 2.5%. My COLA increase projected for 2026 will be 2.3%. That's what I'm hearing about. That's not substantially a lot of money for someone on Social Security. And I'm here also representing seniors in Century Village, which Mike and I know very well, that are hurting really big time. And I'm a senior, but also a disabled senior. And I'm really hurting by this. And right now, one of the things I want to talk about, and specifically I want to mention, is about this demonstration that I have here. That medication right there, okay, on 2024, I paid $20 for it. Right now, this medication that you see right there, which is 28 pills in that bottle, cost me $450 in 2025. Why? Because Medicare has dropped it off the formulary. So I've gone from something critical in my life, from $20 to $450 a month. Now, I can't afford it, so the way I get these pills is through my doctor. He gives it to me as samples. You see there's no prescription on it? These are samples that I have to ask my doctor in order to get healthy or stay healthy. In order to survive, I have to get samples because I can't afford that. So how do you expect me to pay $360 more annually for FPL, and all they do is provide electricity? What this is going to do to me is I'm going to have to make choice. Either I survive on that or I pay my electric bill. Now, they're both needed and critical for someone like me. Same thing for seniors. Well, these are the choices that we all have to make as seniors now. Some of us are going to have to determine, are we going to stay on that medication, or we're going to have to skip doses, or we're going to have to stop eating, or we're going to have to pay electric bills that are higher, all because of corporate greed. And that's why I need your support as leadership. And you're all great people, and you're all great leaders. And I know you understand, and you know I'm a simple man. And I'll support each and every one of you here. But I need your support as both myself as an individual, for the seniors in Century Village and in Pembroke Pines, as great residents they are. But I also want to support my colleagues in AARP, which are supporting me as an organization, because they know what's the right thing to do. So I asked this committee and this commission to consider a resolution or a letter, a formal letter to the PSC. Okay, right now I've attended several PSC hearings, and it's been a disgrace. Every single one of the people that have gone up there have been business owners, all in favor of FPL. And the reason they're in favor is because they're going to pass those costs directly onto us. So we're going to get double hit. We're going to get it in a personal life, and we're going to get it from businesses, because they're not going to absorb that. They're just going to put it on their costs and say, hey, you know what? We're getting an 11.9%. We're going to pass that right down to the customer. Let them pay for that 11.9. Just like corporate. Everything else is corporate. And I'm asking you right now, guys, we're going to get hit hard. It's the largest increase in U.S. history. And people like me will not be able to get through it. I may have to move out of Pembroke Pines if this continues in this forum, because everyone knows the cost of living is going up. but my cost of living adjustments for Social Security is at 2.3%. The numbers are not sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salvi. Very powerful. Thank you very much, and thank you for your love of community. Yes, ma'am. If you can come forward and. That's all right. If you could just push that button, you give us your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Wilson. I live at 13001 Southwest 11th Court, which is in Century Village. So thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for being our representative. I'm here today to tell you guys there's no way. Now, probably, me personally, I may be able to absorb the price hike and just have to decide to do a little less than what I had planned on doing at this stage of my life. But however, I know my neighbors that won't be able to. And so I stand here before you, and I won't go through my whole speech that I have prepared, but I do want to tell you, not only am I retired, I'm also a cancer survivor, 3 times cancer survivor.
God bless you.
Blood cancer, cancer of the bladder, last one was cancer of the uterus. They had to do a complete hysterectomy. So I stand before you, a person that my medical bills and my medicine and all treatments that I have to have is the biggest impact on my pocket. In the last 5 years, I've had to decide, no, I'm not going on vacation. I'm making sure that I can pay my bills. The last notification that I got from Cleveland Clinic says now that if I don't have the money that I have to pay in order to see the doctor, they will reschedule my appointment. They're not going to let me go see the doctor unless I pay the amount that needs to be paid to the doctor. This is their new thing. So I don't have a choice. I know that FP&L is a wonderful company, I agree, but it's a monopoly. We don't have a choice. When the egg price went up to $10, I told my son, guess what? We're going for cereal. We're not eating eggs every morning. We can make those kind of choices for the prices of groceries. We can't make that kind of choice for the price of Florida Power Light. We need the power. I don't know of anyone here in Florida that could live without AC. I know I can't. So I thank you. This is not, a bashing. We're not trying to bash Florida Power Light. We're just asking them to be fair and to be just, and that they look again at their increase. And just so that you know, I've been to two of the commission, the public commission forum. There was one today online. There are 2 tomorrow online at 10 a.m. and at 2 p.m. There are also forms that the public can complete and send to them. Because just like Al said, there were people there that are for Florida Power and Light, and they are saying it's okay for them to raise their rate. Of course, they're not going to have to pay it. They're going to pass it down to the customers. But we who have to pay have to let the commissioners know, hey, this is not okay with us. Unless we get multitude of people saying this is not okay, it's going to pass. Okay. And if it passes, we're going to have to pay. I thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you very, very much for your important and penetrating comments. Vice Mayor, I would turn to you now for a motion, however it is that you'd like to make it.
One point of clarification from Commissioner Good. Your recommendation was two-tiered. I forgot because we spoke a little while ago.
He spoke about a letter and then.
Yes, I stated that the letter would be time certain response. And if, based on either the response or no response, then we would have a decision to make a resolution.
And the letter to whom? Because we've heard PSC, we've heard FPL.
To the PSC.
PSC.
And to add to that, I think just like we would do when any petition, every one of us signs that letter.
Okay, so I have to repeat this all back. So I may ask you for something. My motion is to prepare a letter on behalf of the City of Pembroke Pines Commission. Nod your head if I'm saying yes.
Yeah, I would say not on behalf, but from the City of Pembroke Pines.
Okay, my motion is a letter from the City of Pembroke Pines Commission to the Public Service Commission opposing a rate increase, the proposed rate increase, date certain of July 31.
I thought the date certain was
Well, for them to
FPNL.
No.
Because we're never going to get a response from the Public Service Commission.
I would have to disagree with that. Public Service Commission regulates the utilities.
Well, most likely, they're going to say, thank you for writing to the Public Service Commission. We have your letter, and we wish you well.
Yes.
That's probably what we're going to get.
But you're on record.
But my understanding was, and indeed we are, however, my understanding was that there was a desire for inviting Florida Power and Light to come to Pembroke Pines to
Great, so
hold
we can do
a
two letters
town
then.
hall meeting.
How about
We could
this?
do
Here's
two
my
letters.
motion. My motion is, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Tom, a letter from the City of Pembroke Pines Commission to the Public Service Commission opposing the rate increase, and also a letter from the mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines on behalf of the City Commission to the president of Florida Power and Light, inviting them to have a public forum within the City of Pembroke Pines explaining and justifying their rate increase prior to their hearings in August of 2025 in front of the Public Service Commission. I'm looking at Commissioner Rodriguez. Are you?
Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? I would simply ask Vice Mayor, you being this close to the issue and having done this research, if you could, together with the city attorney, craft this language for this letter on our behalf. Are you willing to do that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Any from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show passes unanimously. Thank you very much for your item. Okay. There's no commission audit report. There are no appeals to the Board of Adjustment. I will be appointing the following regular member and alternative member to the Economic Development Advisory Board. Scott Joyner, presently an alternate member, will be appointed to serve as the regular member. I want to thank Norm Taylor for his years of service to the City of Pembroke Pines on that board. He is unable to continue serving, and we wish him all the very, very best. Additionally, I am appointing George McLean, who applied to serve as the alternate to the Economic Development Board. I want to thank both of them. The consent agenda today.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, before we do consent, because we're doing board
Oh, yes,
appointments,
yeah,
can we move
why don't we
14
just
ahead?
do item 14?
Yes, sir.
We have item 14 in front of us. Hold on. This is a commission appointment of one regular board member to the Economic Development Board for a two-year term pursuant to Chapter 32-123C, and the applicant is Tisha Harris Baker.
So
Is
moved.
there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Moved by Commissioner Good. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion?
Yes, a quick question.
Yes.
For the applicant.
Is the applicant here? You come forward, please. Your name and address for the record, please. If you could just press there's a button there that you're on.
Teshka Harris Baker, 9956 Southwest 16th Street.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the application. In the resume, your employer, right? Did you have to go through any process to serve on a city board? Is there any prior approval required?
No.
Okay. And you're aware of the time and day of the meetings?
Yes.
And that won't, that won't be a conflict with your current employment, correct?
No, correct.
I'm happy to support you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. I want to congratulate you and thank you for your service to the city of Pembroke Pines, and we'll all be talking soon. Thank you so
I
very,
appreciate
very
it.
much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good night.
Thank you for your, yes, thank you for staying. And thank you for pointing that out, Vice Mayor. That was a very elegant way to get all of the appointments done. The consent agenda today. Well, it consists of items 1 through 13. What's your pleasure? Are there any pulls?
Without objection, I motion to approve the consent agenda.
Are there any pulls? A motion's been made to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion? Any from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show passes unanimously.
That's it.
Reports of the league. Oh, no, excuse me. City attorney report, city manager report.
No items, Mayor.
City attorney report.
Not tonight, Mayor, but thank you.
Thank you so very much. Reports of the league. And MPO. Any reports?
No specific reports, just a reminder from my understanding there's a meeting, a director's luncheon tomorrow.
Yeah, and that would be the Broward League.
Yes, sir.
I will be attending. All of y'all can go. What I'd like to see going forward, Mayor, if possible, is that the league agenda be shared with the entire commission going forward. Right now, it's a link that we're getting, and unless the director can't make it, then the alternate. It's relatively easy for Sally to go ahead and send that to us, and that would just be my general request. I'm also requesting that the city attorney through the league advise the most recent OIG scenario. There are cities that are currently unaware of the Form 9, and we certainly want to make sure that they're aware of that, and that will be it. So I'll report back in 2 weeks.
Thanks. Commissioner Rodriguez, could you ask the league to copy all the city commissioners on the
Yeah,
agenda?
moving forward, I can do that.
Thank you.
And then their annual appointment meeting. Sorry, I forgot the name of it, but it's Saturday.
Oh, the state league.
The swearing in for Broward
Oh, the swearing in
Yeah.
for Broward, right. That's going to be
at Margaritaville.
at Margaritaville this Saturday,
This
correct?
Saturday, yes.
Is everybody going? Are you going, Commissioner Good? Okay.
I'm going. I'm just having a tough time with the dress code
Yeah,
description.
what is the dress code?
It's usually
It's Margaritaville?
It's Margaritaville.
So it's not suit and tie?
Sandals.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? Anything from the MPO this time? Okay, anything else? Okay, this meeting's adjourned. Thank you.